Good afternoon. Welcome to Parks, Recreation and Community Services Commission meeting. Due to the evolving situation with the COVID-19 novel coronavirus and health recommendations from the LA County Health Department, the Glendale Parks, Recreation and Community Services Commission meeting will be available to the public electronically. Due to social distancing requirements, the public will not be able to attend the meeting. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes and practice social distancing. The meeting can be viewed on local cable, Charter Cable Channel 6, and AT&T Uverse Channel 99. Streaming online, www.glendaleca.gov Government Public Meeting Portal. For public comments and questions during the meeting, call 818-937-8100. Roll call, please.
Commissioners Eberly,
Here.
Tell,
Here.
Sardarbegian,
Present.
Wilson,
Here.
and President Kalfayan.
Here.
The agenda for the April 19, 2021 regular meeting was posted on the bulletin board outside City Hall on or before Monday, April 12, 2021. Item 2, upcoming council agenda items.
Thank you. President Kalfayan, members of the commission, good afternoon. On April 27th, we have a joint public meeting with City Council and the Housing Authority on the proposed annual action plan for community development block grant program for fiscal year 2021-2022. At night, we have a action item that will be taken to council on the 2021 Crescenta Valley Firework Association fireworks show sponsorship. On May 4th, we have two items, consent items: Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, additional assistance, government discretionary funds, and award of funds to a community college testing administrator, Los Angeles Valley College. The second item is the Verdugo Workforce Development Board's local workforce development plan for years 2021-2024. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Next is item 3, commission staff comments.
Any comments from the commissioners? Not at this time.
Yeah, I do.
Commissioner Patel? We can't hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. One moment. Sorry, I have so many things open here. Okay. So I just want to say that there was a sizable city report to review for this meeting, as we all know. I thought it was notable that there was a recreation element included. It's essentially a design and development guide for the city parks, which was drafted in 1996. It's 72 pages long, and although most of it was not exactly relevant to today's discussion, I think the thing that was super important is located in chapter 3 of the recreation element, where it makes a strong point that the need for athletic fields, which I think we're all in agreement of that we desperately need, it makes a strong point that it needs to service the wider community. It also stipulates in Chapter 2, Section 8, the California Environmental Quality and Compliance. In a nutshell, it says that whatever proposed development must not create a negative environmental impact. And that, at the time of the proposed installation, that environmental impact must be evaluated before the plan can be approved and forward. imagine that we're all going to hear a lot about liability, maintenance, days of use, cost. But this document specifically clarifies, the need for us as commissioners to evaluate the environmental impact of our turf choice. Now, no choice is going to have a zero environmental impact. But I do think whatever we recommend should have the least amount of environmental impact of the 3 turf choices currently on the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will let, after the presentation, go back to your questions. So Mr. Panosian will answer it for you. So let him do his presentation if possible. I would recommend that, and then we'll go on. Please, next.
Next is item 4, oral communications. Let me just double check if we have any callers at this time. Not for oral communications, only for different item. Next is item 5, consent items. At A is approval of the minutes of the commission regular meeting held on March 15th, 2021.
Okay. Did we go over it? And do we have any question about the last
I move to
meeting?
approve the minutes.
You're okay. So we have seconded. Okay.
Okay, Commissioners Everly,
Yes.
Hotel,
Yes.
Sardar Begin. Sorry, Sardar Begin.
He waved his head.
Yes.
Thank you. Wolfson
Yes.
and President Kalfayan.
Yes. Next item, please.
Next is item 6, action items. At A, Eternal Armenia sculpture at Central Park. 1 is motion to approve the Eternal Armenia sculpture installation at Central Park from May 12th through 30th, 2021.
Do we have a presentation on that?
President Kalfai and members of the commission, we do. We have arts administrator from Library Arts and Culture, Ms. Jennifer Fukimura-Jones, that will make a brief presentation on this item.
Thank you, Director Walenikian. Good afternoon, President Kalfayan, members of the Commission and City staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you today. As mentioned, my name is Jennifer Fukutomi-Jones, and I'm the Arts and Culture Administrator with the Library Arts and Culture Department. I would first like to provide an overview of the Arts and Culture Commission's Armenian Genocide Remembrance Month call for artists, and also invite the artists and creators of the Eternal Armenia Temporary Art Installation for Central Park to provide a detailed description of the proposal. You can go to the next slide. The Library Arts and Culture Department and Arts and Culture Commission are committed to developing programming that amplifies cultural voices through a lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. On January 26, 2021, the Arts and Culture Commission opened an inaugural Armenian Genocide Remembrance Month call for artists, focused on amplifying Armenian artists and magnifying the Armenian experience. The application closed on February 28, 2021, and 2 proposals were chosen as finalists for this opportunity. One of the finalists is an artist collective comprised of Margarita Simonian, Eva Babayan, and Verej Bakalyan. Their proposal, Eternal Armenia, is an experiential light sculpture with a proposed location of Central Park from May 12th to the 30th of 2021. The 18-foot lightweight circular rotating aluminum truss sculpture will be programmed with LED lighting and will be powered by a generator. The ancient Armenian symbol for eternity will light up in the park like a beacon in the night and will also attract passersby. Spread across the Central Park lawn would be red LED solar lights, symbolic of the red poppies in remembrance of the 4,000 plus perished soldiers of the Artsakh War and the 1915 genocide. The artist will need approximately 2 days to install the sculpture and approximately 2 days to uninstall the sculpture from completion. Right now, I'd like to invite the artists to share about the proposed installation and be available to answer any questions that you may have from the commission. So Margarita, Reva, and Verej, if you'd like to discuss the proposal.
Hello, very pleased to be here and thank you for choosing our installation. This is Verej Bakalyan, Yeva Babayan, and Margarita Simonian. Um, what, maybe I read the statement or the statement we have for the piece. The recent attacks on our health have once again caused a heavy and negative impact on Armenia and its people. Genocide, earthquakes, and wars are continuous hardships that have not given the Armenian people the opportunity and time to heal as a culture. The ancient culture that has been pinpointed to be erased from the face of the earth continues to experience systematic racism still today in the shadows of the 1915 genocide. With a focus on amplifying the cultural voice, our 15-foot experiential light installation symbolizing the eternal spirit will bring visibility to this important matter. With sacred knowledge and the influence of centuries embedded within, you are eternal is the origin of our message to Armenia and its people. However, the core purpose and meaning of our installation reaches far into humanity overall, with the wisdom that we are all participants and contributors to the eternal wheel by our deeds and servitude to humanity. I guess Paresh can
address the technical aspect of the structure.
Yeah. So with the original proposal, I believe that it was mentioned that it was going to be rotating. At this point, with the budgetary concerns, we've decided that it's going to be a static piece, and any motion that is going to happen is going to be with the LED lighting inside the structure to give it the illusion of movement without it actually moving, which would also make it much lighter and a safer piece. One of my biggest concerns is power supply or power distribution. Ideally, we'd like to go with battery instead of a generator, so we don't have a generator on a public site running. But if we're able to get access, we noticed there's power outlets at the bottom of the light posts that are on the property. So if we have access to those power, depending on if it's like 24 hours or just runs on the like if it's just on at night, that might help a lot with lighting up the structure and everything around it. But for the most part, our goal is to have it be battery powered and solar powered to not really add to any noise pollution or anything else. But yeah, if you guys have any questions as far as the structure goes, more than happy to answer it.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll go back to the commissioners and will ask the commissioners if they have a suggestion of any questions. Otherwise, I will ask you to move the motion, please.
I just have one quick question. It's going to be up for such a short time. I was just wondering why such a short time?
Budget.
It's a
Who's going to answer that?
regulating the budget, basically. Also, an issue is security. I don't think we have to, have security with our budget as well. Anyway, we have a minimal budget, therefore 2 weeks is the maximum amount.
And including the install and the uninstall, I guess it's 2 weeks. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, any other question? If we don't have, let me have a motion, please, to approve it. If someone can give me a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay.
I apologize. Commissioners Everly,
Yes.
Hotel,
Yes.
Sardar Begian,
He moved his head, yes, can hear him.
You're muted.
Sardar Begian, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, I keep muting myself. Yes.
Thank you. Wolfson
Yes.
and President Kalfayan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
Next item, please.
Thank you.
Next is item 6B, a comparative analysis on surface types for soccer and multipurpose fields. One is a motion to provide feedback to staff and making a recommendation for City Council's consideration on the preferred surface type for the soccer and multipurpose field projects at Fremont Park, Pacific Park Sports Complex, Cerritos Elementary, and Wilson Middle School.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moreno. Good afternoon, President Calfayan, members of the commission. We are here. We finally made it with the report that has been long anticipated. It is a lot of material, as you might have seen in the report itself and the presentation. So for today, the goal is to go through all of the material that we have, answer any of the questions or concerns commission might have, take commission's feedback and recommendations, incorporate into a final report to the city council for their final verdict on which direction we should go with these projects. So I do ask for your patience. There is a lot of material that we're gonna be covering. I intend to go through it as quickly as possible, and hopefully we can address all your questions at the end, because I have a feeling that you might ask a question I may cover towards the end of the presentation itself. And the presentation is 99 slides. We try to keep it under 100, and we were somewhat successful. So bear with me, please. I ask for your patience while we get through this. And I also ask everyone watching and our commissioners and the public to have an open mind as we go through this and help us come to a conclusion of what is best for Glendale. So again, for the objective for today, and as we have laid out this report, we laid it out somewhat similar to the way the actual report is written, so that individuals who have not had a chance to cover or read the entire report can follow through this presentation and get the general concept of what the report is discussing. So we're going to cover the history of athletic and soccer field demand in Glendale, the city's response to meet the demand, alternative surface options, which is the reason why we're here, do a cost benefit of the surface options. And one of the commissioners at one point asked us to also respond to the Glendale Environmental Coalition's letter that was submitted to council and commission. We will take a stab at doing that as well. Survey of public agencies we conducted. We'll cover that. Survey of athletic field users. And at the end, we'll do a brief summary of the items. So I wanted to start with the department's mission. Our CSP's mission is to enhance the quality of life of residents by providing a safe, well-maintained parks and public places, preserve open space and historic resources, provide services that address the physical, recreational, social, and economic needs of the community, as well as create opportunities for renewal, growth, and enrichment. And all of the actions we have taken the past 2 decades as it relates to fields have been in an attempt to address and meet the mission that we have been assigned. History of the soccer fields. So as it relates to the demand, the National Park and Recreation Association has a standard of 1 soccer field per 10,000 residents. And as Commissioner Eberly highlighted briefly in the comments she made earlier, the recreation element was one of the key factors as well that originally in 1996 when it was drafted, it identified a one field per 5,000 resident comment in there, as well as identified an extreme shortage of athletic fields. And again, Commissioner Patel was on point that that was only a segment of the entire recreation element, but we wanted to bring that forward because that's when the concept of this demand and the need for athletic fields began. NRPA standards, based on the standards that NRPA has highlighted, with 200,000 residents, Glendale needs to have 20 soccer fields. So currently, Sports Complex has 2 soccer fields. This is at the time of the initial report that we had submitted. As of today, we have a Pacific Park Edison Elementary, a joint-use soccer field with Glendale Unified School District, which was constructed in 2014, as well as more recently, a joint effort with St. Francis High School, the multi-purpose baseball soccer field at the sports complex constructed in 2018. Soccer's popularity. Well, we are here because soccer has seen a significant increase in its popularity. It started after the World Cup in the US. I remember going to those games as a high school. I think I just aged myself. But the fact is, with the World Cup being in the USA, with the national teams, US women's national team's accomplishments, Major League Soccer coming to Los Angeles, we saw an escalating need from the community and from the organizers of organizations for soccer fields. The chart we're providing here, it shows that from 1980 to 2014, youth participation has significantly increased from 800,000 to over 3 million. Now these numbers are 7 years old, but we believe the trend has continued to escalate as we see it happening in Glendale. So currently, soccer reservations, the 3 soccer fields that we have are fully reserved. We have very heavy competition for field time. So CSP reserves ball fields for soccer because we do not have enough soccer fields. Any patch of grass that we have out in the fields, ball fields, the outfield, the ball fields, turf areas within parks are used for practices as well as games. Having coached AYSO many moons ago in Glendale, I know every AYSO group that's out there is likely having 3 or 4 teams on one field practicing, as well as games such as at Montrose, at Shoal, Glorieta. There are numerous games going on one field because just the sheer demand of fields that we need. And then this actually creates logistical and maintenance challenges. The seasons we talk about later on, soccer comes right before baseball. So in scheduling soccer, it starts impacting our baseball, whether it be field conditions and as well as the field use. As we have shown to commission in the past, we still have unauthorized soccer play at a lot of our facilities. At Brand, at Carr, Fremont, Glorieta, Maple, Palanconi, Verdugo Park. These are some parks that we experience unauthorized soccer play. And when we do approach groups, some are hesitant, others are open to actually getting field time and paying for reservations, yet we are not able to meet that request because we do not have enough fields. The Glendale field use. We have about 156 groups or organizations that serve private adult groups and youth groups. We have, within that number, we have nonprofits that serve adult and youth. We have club teams, and we have colleges, universities, and high schools that utilize our fields. All in all, we estimate that these groups serve about 12,000 youth participants within Glendale. AYSO serves about 4,000 youth. Soccer clubs, about 2,000. Youth baseball leagues, approximately 3,000. Schools, we're estimating about 2,000 student athletes. Nonprofits, about 500. And city programs, approximately 500. These numbers are estimates, but we're fairly confident that this is the number of youth that are served by the different organizations. And in some cases, a youth participant could be playing for a club as well as another organization, and or be in high school and play for a club team. So there may be some individuals who are counted on both, and some play baseball and soccer. So hence the numbers. We have currently 19 fields in Glendale. One is the multipurpose artificial turf field, Sports Complex Field 1. We'll show you pictures of that. That's the baseball soccer field with St. Francis. The 3 soccer artificial turf fields, 2 at the Sports Complex, 1 at Pacific. And we have 15 ball fields spread through the city. Of the 156 groups, 104 of the current rental groups use our artificial turf fields. So fields are available during regular business hours, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's the park hours in most of our athletic fields. And this equates to, on an artificial turf field, being open 360 to 365 days a year with reservations, 5,475 hours available. This is total open hours. And then on natural grass fields, they're reserved at 275 to 325. They do average out. This is due to field maintenance, and we'll talk about the closures we have on these fields for maintenance as well as rainouts. Approximately 4,100 hours are available within this time frame. And in comparison, that is about 1,375 hours less than the artificial turf field. And if you multiply it across 15 fields, that's over 20,000 hours. And on an annual basis, we do turn away about 50 groups because we are not able to accommodate them because there's just not available field time, and or in some cases, we're not able to reserve individuals at their requested fields, so we have to plug them in wherever there's availability. Now, we do want to make a distinction between the primetime use of the fields and the numbers we presented. The numbers we presented earlier was just available hours based on the parks being open. However, during the morning hours, as you may note, individuals are either at work or in school. So the primetime hours during the weekdays is 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., and on the weekends, it is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. For most of our facilities. And this equates to about 3,126 hours available during prime time. We want to also distinguish between fields that have lights, lit fields, and fields that don't have lights. We have 3 fields that don't have lights. Brand Little League Field, the Brand T-ball field across from the Little League Field, as well as the Verdugo softball field. And for those, primetime available hours shrink to 1,850. For field reservations, the soccer fields are primarily reserved for soccer. I know we have lacrosse as well that gets assigned and scheduled. The baseball and softball fields are primarily scheduled and reserved for chartered baseball and softball leagues. And that's usually between January and July, including All-Stars. And then primarily for soccer during the balance of the time of the year, which is August through December. And the other sports that have, or programs that use our fields, is flag football, lacrosse, as well as the One Glendale program, which most of the commissioners are fairly aware of. So field downtime and maintenance. Artificial turf fields, we do not experience any downtime, whether it's baseball or soccer. The former natural grass soccer fields that we had at the sports complex and at Pacific, they were closed for renovation during the summer. This about 3 months annually for maintenance and renovation rejuvenation. Natural grass baseball fields, we've shown commission examples of those projects, and annually we rotate through 3 or 4 baseball fields for full renovations, and they are closed 3 months during that time, as well as the remaining ball fields that are not part of that annual renovation that may get their turn the following year or the next. The infields we close to get them the rest, as well as do what we refer to as TLC, and we'll discuss that for minor renovations as we relate to ball fields later. So what we've covered so far just gives you an indication of how park management is actually a balancing act. And then there's a lot of elements that are part of the equation to solve the demand that we're facing. One of them being access to fields. Are they available? Can they play? Is it safe? The other would be available resources, whether we have the capacity and the ability based on available resources to get those fields playable and ready for the community. Maintenance costs. Obviously, there are costs associated with the maintenance and upkeep of the fields. We definitely look into the environmental impacts of field sustainability. Sustainability is very important as it relates to our programming, as it relates to our budget, as it relates to environmental sustainability, and of course the fiscal responsibility is part of the overall equation. And last but not least, the most critical is our user input. Listening to our community and the users of what they want to see out there, because people vote by their feet, and Glendale parks and fields are very, very heavily used. That sends an indication that the users prefer and enjoy our fields, and they're telling us what they want. And again, we touched on it briefly. Recreation element in 1996 helped us identify what the demands are for athletic fields. Same with the development impact fee strategic planning community meetings we held several years ago, along with the county-wide needs assessment that resulted in the Measure A funding. Those community meetings identified the need for additional soccer fields. And as such, in addition to that, the community nonprofit youth sports groups, and just to name a few, we have AYSO, Home Minutemen, Levo Nishtoyan Soccer Academy, Sporting SoCal, Far West United, LA International Football Club. Then we have the baseball teams, the Little Leagues, the CV United Softball, Crescenta Sports Association, and Glendale, Lower Crescenta, Babe Ruth. These are just a handful of the organizations that serve our community and have shown an increased need for facilities for athletic fields. So what has the city done to try and address the demand? In 2005, we installed the artificial turf fields at the sports complex. In 2014, followed by the Pacific Park, Edison Elementary Soccer Field, and in 2018 is the sports complex multipurpose field. And since then, based on all the feedback we've received during the DIF Strategic Committee, the Measure A meetings, the council, city council, directed and funded 5 artificial turf soccer multipurpose field projects. And we'll talk about the funding, and some of these are in different stages of construction, of planning, and EIRs. For example, Fremont Park is actually ready to be bid. We started the bidding process, and based on the feedback we received, we placed the bidding on hold to determine what ideal turf type surfacing that we're gonna go with. That project is, again, part of in the bidding process, and we will continue with the bidding after we have a direction on the materials. Pacific Park is approximately 95% designed, and Sports Complex, similarly, 90-95% designed. Cerritos Elementary is within its EIR phase, and I know Commissioner Patel touched on CEQA compliance. It's part of our CEQA compliance. We go through this process, and for Cerritos, there is a mitigated negative declaration process that we are ready to move forward with. And again, everything will be depending on the direction from commission and the vote from council on what direction we go, as well as our negotiation process with the school district, because Cerritos Elementary and Wilson Middle School, the next one over, are both joint use projects with the district. And on Wilson Middle School, we are, again, ready for the EIR process has been completed. The adoption is what's pending, the agreements as well as direction, which both of these projects will ultimately, depending on the direction, may have to go back to the GUSD board for their feedback and acceptance of the decision direction that we want to go. As far as the project budget, just briefly to touch on, Cerritos Elementary budget was $3.4 million in DIF funds. We've expended $203,000 thus far and have a balance of $3.2 million. Fremont Park renovation has multiple, at least two in this case, funding sources, CIP and DIF, for a total funding of $11.6 million, of which we've expended $1.3 million. We went through the master planning process, 100% construction drawings, project management, soft costs, and that project currently has a $10.2 million available balance. The artificial turf multipurpose project is funded by CDBG, DIF funds, as well as Measure A at $2.1 million. And thus far, we've expended $141,000 in the design process. And balance to that project is $1.9 million, almost $2 million. Sports Complex Field 3 is only funded for the planning phase. It is a CIP funded project. Of the $250,000 that we have allocated for the planning of that project, $140,000 has been expended to date, and we have approximately $109,000 available for the budget. And last but not least, Wilson Middle School multipurpose project is a DIF funded project at $5 million. We've expended $266,000 to date on the EIR process, the environmental impact review, and a balance of $4.7 million still remaining in that project. So soccer and natural grass, it literally is the reason why we are here today. Soccer nowadays is played year-round. If not within the season, we will get the request to have fields, clubs, practice, and play games throughout the year. And it is played at a consistently high speed of rate, usually down the middle of the field or pitch. And it has a lot of areas in the middle, in the goal box, where the goalie is, the penalty kick area. The highly used areas have mechanical actions that destruct the turf and the roots. And this really results in intense soil compaction and ultimately results in field closures for maintenance 3 months in the summer, as well as closed for rainy days. And not only are they closed for rainy days, we'll show you pictures that after the rain, some of our fields do not drain very well. So we have no choice but to keep the fields closed additional days to allow for the water to secede and allow us to get on the field and do some prep work. Here are pictures, examples of what the fields look like after a rainfall. These are pictures over at Glorieta. We have, yes, these are Glorieta. These are Glorieta baseball pictures. And we've shown these pictures in the project we completed over at Glorieta for a commission in the past. So most commissioners are familiar, should be familiar with that. The picture on the left it's still some water and you can see some tire tracks. If we get on a field too soon, we're actually gonna damage it more so, and we're gonna compact it more so. Hence the reason we have to wait for the field to dry up. And then the picture on the right is what you see looks like an AYSO game. I can't be certain, but this is what the field looks like after the rains secede and everything turns into mud. And of course, they do serve the ducks as they're migrating. This is yet again Glorieta, as it looks like a pond after the rains because it had drainage challenges. Now let's talk about the sports complex. In 2003 and 2004, we had natural grass fields. These fields were reserved 8 hours on average during the weekday and 15 hours on the weekends. And we've touched on this again. It was closed in the summer for renovation. Yet soon after opening, it resulted in dirt fields. The cost of renovation at the time was about $25,000 to $45,000. And the distinction between the two is if we're going with seed and or sod to do the renovation. Parks Commission back in December 2001 reviewed a report. That same report was taken to City Council a couple of years after with the same information and with Commission's direction. So there were 3 options considered about the sports complex fields. One was to create and maintain a dirt field. Why not? If it's becoming dirt, why don't we just leave it as a dirt field? Second was let's rebuild the fields and reduce playtime. And third would be replace the grass with artificial turf. So the first 2 options, everyone agreed were not ideal for the city of Glendale. Dirt fields are unsafe and really undesirable. They don't meet the standards Glendale wants to set for itself. And then if we rebuild the fields and limit the play, rebuilding would include installation of drainage, irrigation upgrades, replacing the top 8 inches of soil, grading and installation of sod at an estimated $350,000. But at the end, if we limit the play after all that work, it still doesn't address the demand that we have. So council and commission chose the option of going with artificial turf. And that decision, which we believe was the right decision, it enhanced the quality of play. It eliminated the field downtime, eliminated fertilizer and pesticide use. It increased playtime by 3+ months. And I put the plus because it can be played on right after rain, so we don't have to have rain closeouts. Significantly reduce our maintenance costs. It significantly reduce our water use. We'll touch on those numbers as we move forward. And it did increase revenue generation, which in turn helped pay for the turf replacement 10 years after the original installation. Here's a photo of the complex artificial turf soccer fields. You can see them on the lower left-hand corner, and the side, the right-hand corner, you can see the 2 ball fields. Fields 2 on the far right, and then field 3 in the middle. And here's a picture of the same fields, the artificial turf fields from Mount Zeba, which is the turf hillside right next to the soccer fields. We plugged this here to show you the other, since we touched on it already. This is what the multipurpose field looks like, Field 1 at the sports complex. This is artificial turf multipurpose fields. Here's a picture of all of our fields at the sports complex, and you can tell it's somewhat difficult from this picture, but Field 1, you can actually see the gray highlighted soccer field that is already embedded within the outfield of the artificial turf field. So that actually served a great benefit to the community by allowing both fields, both sports to be played on that field without any downtime. Pacific Park, we experienced similar challenges with the natural grass. The original 10 years when the park was open, it was natural grass, the soccer field. The annual renovation, we closed it June through August. It's slightly different because school starts end of August and September, so different than the sports complex, which was closed July through September. And soon after the opening, we experienced the same compacted dirt. In 2013-14, City Council approved the artificial turf project, and then once the project was completed, the fields were open. They were reserved 102 hours out of 105 available hours in a week, and that is a current number. The fact that the facility here at the Pacific has more reservation hours during the week because the school uses it during the morning hours. It is used by the school because it is their field. Here's what Pacific Park field looks like with the artificial turf field. Another thing we wanted to touch on here is the staffing challenges that we have in park services. During 2010 and 2014, as most of you are aware, the city reduced its workforce from approximately 1,900 full-time personnel to about 1,520. During this reduction, we experienced a loss of 25 full-time personnel. That is 35% reduction of our existing full-time personnel. And the sports complex, we used to have a senior groundskeeper, 2 groundskeepers, a laborer, and some hourly staff. That was reduced down to 50%. We currently have only 2 groundskeeper 2s working at the sports complex for entire facilities maintenance, as well as these individuals have to travel to Dunsmore and Glorieta to conduct the maintenance on the ball fields at those facilities. Similarly, at Pacific, we used to have 3 full-time staff. We used to have a senior groundskeeper, a groundskeeper 2. At the time, it was Gardner and senior Gardner. They went through a restructuring and retitled the positions. In any case, also had a maintenance worker. From the 3, we're down to just 1 groundskeeper, 2 remaining. And the individual there also maintains the Addison Elementary perimeter and some of the areas inside the school because that's part of our joint use agreement with the district to conduct those. So there was a 66% reduction in staffing at Pacific. And we obviously have come up with a number of ways to adapt to new staffing levels and as well as find efficient ways of doing our work. As such, we began at that time, started assigning more facilities to the remaining staff. Here's the numbers of the positions that we used to have in the section, 2007, 8 column. And then ultimately, as it relates today, the 47 full-time personnel at a reduction of 35% overall full-time personnel. And some of these are grouped together because we talked about the restructuring. You will note that, like, for example, a building repair was converted into an irrigation technician because it was more ideal for the post and the job that they were doing. And similarly with the Gardner was converted to groundskeeper 2, and so on and so on. And the very bottom, anywhere from the analyst position down to pesticide applicator position, all those positions were eliminated. They were not converted to any other classification. So let's talk about the One Glendale After School programming. It's not just the outside groups that benefit from these fields. We have our internal programs that use our facilities heavily as well. So the use of natural grass ball fields and the soccer field for two reasons for One Glendale, 2 seasons. One is the flag football season, which is September through October, and then March through May is the soccer season. Now, even the Edison soccer team practices on our ball fields. Just we want to avoid having the concept of home court advantage if they practice on the artificial turf fields. And the artificial turf field is strictly reserved for the games for all of the schools. That's where the games are played. And the soccer season actually coincides with the baseball season. The soccer season for One Glendale, I should say, coincides with the baseball season. So the little leagues that reserve the ball field have to wait until after 5 p.m. to get on the ball field at Pacific. Here's a picture of the flag football program over at the Pacific. This is the natural grass ball field. You can see the activity. I believe this is a practice, but regardless of practice and or game, this is an aerial picture soon after the use, and you can see the area where there's compaction and the dirt is a result of the play. You can also see the rest of the facility, the rest of the park, the field I should say, is flush green because I have a feeling this was right after a renovation that once the football and soccer got on here resulted in just the dirt fields, as has been our experience with those sports. So let's talk about the field service alternatives. During the commission meeting, commission requested that staff bring forth, it was the October commission meeting after our CIP annual review, that we bring report to commission identifying field service types. And sometime in February, I believe it was in February, the Glendale Environmental Coalition sent a letter to Parks Commission as well as to City Council asking them to consider alternate options and consider not installing artificial turf. So the 3 different options that we will be looking at today, the alternatives, would be just your typical natural grass fields, a natural grass with the EPIC system, which was recommended by the Glendale Environmental Coalition for consideration, as well as the artificial turf as an option for field surface. Let's start with natural grass fields. Well-maintained grass fields are ideal. They have benefits to the environment. They do reduce the heat island effect. They filter rainwater and pollution. They do provide habitats for birds, insects. I mean, you saw the ducks flying into our Glorieta Pond. It does reduce temperatures. The natural grass stays much cooler. It is said that it stays within about 85 degrees, even if it's much higher air temperature. The grass actually keeps the area cool. But there are issues and concerns with natural grass. As we've experienced, soccer is destructive to grass. It does result in compaction, creates drainage issues. And you saw some of the muddy conditions we've experienced. At the end, once you have muddy conditions, it is much more difficult to grow the grass until you take the field down for maintenance, so it results in bare areas. And then with bare areas, as you continue to play, you're going to end up having holes and uneven surfaces, making it somewhat unsafe for our youth to use. Additional challenges. So if you can ask any turf manager, any individual who works on fields and turf, they will tell you that the best way to actually deal with natural grass challenges is you got to close the fields down to get it rest, provide the proper maintenance and renovations. And they will all agree that if you keep the fields open to the public year-round, the way our fields are, it is guaranteed to wear out. So that thus becomes the debate of access to the fields versus safe fields. So we're unable to close the fields due to high demand and use. And in turn, that high demand and use results in intense maintenance. Intense maintenance is going to result in the need for more equipment being used out there. And the more equipment has a higher impact on the carbon footprint. So they're all connected and linked. Ultimately, at the end, we're still not able to meet the demand of the community if we have the natural grass. Maintenance requirements, we can go through this fairly quickly. It is also in the report, but generally you got to do little control on a daily basis, check for hazardous conditions, if there's any broken grass, gopher holes, something we're seriously experiencing, heavy gopher holes right now in our parks, which are dangerous. It can create an avenue where people can just twist their ankles and fall. So we got to fill all those holes. If there are any broken sprinklers, have to address those. And for baseball, it actually requires more maintenance, additional maintenance. So you have to drag the field, line the field, place the bases, check for the lips around the arc, and we get assistance on that from our recreation partners in the field. And you're looking at annually about $20,000 just for field prep on our fields. Weekly maintenance, mowing is conducted on a weekly basis, although in the summertime when, turf really grows very quickly, we do 2 times a week mowing. And for special requests by groups, we also do 2 times a week if necessary for some special games and or tournaments. Edging, similarly, conducted on a weekly basis. Watering, we follow the Glendale standard of watering 3 times a week. And weeding is generally done as necessary, and in some cases, we have to hire consultants to address the clover on our ball fields. We've had to do that a number of times over at Shoal Canyon, because once clover takes root in the turf, it's going to spread. So we've done some weeding by way of a contract work. And for baseball edging, it really takes additional steps, because you have to actually string up all the bases, the base pads. You have to make sure the infield diamond is using a string, strung, and the warning track, as well as you have to edge the outfield arc. So it takes quite a bit more to conduct the edging for a ball field. Other maintenance, we currently look at aerating twice a year and applying fertilizer twice a year. We do spot seeding as necessary, same with verticutting, herbicides and pesticides as necessary. We do not have the resource in the program to take the fields down, per se. We have to take the field down to do this work. And every time most of these are conducted on the field, it is highly recommended that we keep the field down for at least 1 day, preferably 2, to allow for the turf to rest and the aerating, for example, to do what it's intended to do. And we also experience vandalism on our turf fields and on our turf within the parks. We've shown some pictures for commission in the past. Here's one example over at Glorieta when somebody just drove onto the turf. This was saturated because it was after rains. And not only did they get in, and on the way out, they did quite a bit of damage to the grass. This is an area where there are teams that practice and play. We've experienced similar things over at Montrose Ball Field, over at Brand on the grass. And usually police is involved, and if we are able to capture the individuals, they go through the process of paying the penalties and the fines and go through the courts. And there's restitution to help us recover all the costs associated with repairing the damage. So turf renovations. We talked about the soccer fields that we take down annually for 3 months to do turf renovations, but on ball fields, a full renovation, usually we recycle through 3 or 4 ball fields on a given year. And like we showed, I believe last time was the Glorieta, we'll touch on that too. It requires striping of all the existing grass, infield and outfield, address drainage issues, laser grade the entire field, sod installation, and in the baseball, the infield and outfield, both sod installation, as well as having to install the bases and pitching mound installation. And throughout with all of these, obviously, we do take the opportunity to address all the irrigation challenges that might be on that field. And on an annual basis, the remaining ball fields that are not going through the full renovation, we will be doing aerating, overseeding, and top dressing, and fertilizing, sometimes both infield and outfield, other times just the infield. And the infields are closed during this time for the community. Even if we schedule soccer in the outfield, we do keep the infield, the grass infields closed so that it does get some rest during those 2 months. These are cost estimates. Now, we based all of our costs on a 90,000 square foot field, which is equivalent to the sports complex soccer field. That's about the right size for a soccer field. And the maintenance costs on here annually, just your basic mowing, edging, and the typical maintenance you would do on a grass field is at $44,000. As it relates to renovations, same size field, annual renovation on soccer fields, if you use seed, it is $32,000. Seed is a lot more cost efficient. However, if you do seed, which was the experience we had at the sports complex, you really have to give it additional time for the fields to rest. And if you do not, hence the reason over at the complex where if we'd seeded within about a month, not even 2 months of turning the field over for the users, you end up with bare spots. So seeding is beneficial as far as the cost, but as far as what the field conditions will be, it really doesn't work out as well. So the cost for sod, you'll notice the $58,800 for contract work for grading and the sod. That's where the biggest chunk of money comes in. But it is $80,000 estimate for a 90,000 square foot soccer field. And most of this work, there is in-house labor as well as contract labor. For example, all of the grading and sod installation, we use outside labor. Most everything else, we use our staff in-house to conduct the renovations. And here's a summary of the Glorieta Park renovation costs. We presented this to commission in summer of 2020, which was conducted, and those costs were at $107,000. Now, you saw the pictures at Glorieta with the ducts. We had to install, as we showed in our report to commission a couple of months back, we had to install drainage to alleviate some of that pressure and the water buildup. And since then, we haven't really been open to the community and the public to the levels that we should because of COVID. I think we're going to experience to see how that really played itself out this coming year and to see if we're able to at least alleviate some of those challenges with water. The second option is the natural grass option with EPIC. EPIC is an environmental passive integrated conveyance. That is the name. It is a system that is a non-pressurized subsurface irrigation system. It is generally installed under the natural grass below sand. It is environmentally safe. It really combines irrigation and stormwater capture, and it collects rainfalls, it stores it in millions of gallons if necessary, and reuses it for irrigation. It irrigates the field from the bottom up, so it eliminates above ground irrigation, sprinklers, and it really has less moving parts. The field construction, it does require the removal of natural soil. It is the fact that we have to use the sand material. It's a proprietary sand material. For it to work right, it must be this proprietary sand. And to allow us to install the sand, we have to excavate a natural soil about 12 inches of the area. And obviously installation of the system, the importing of the 12 inches of proprietary sand, and the installation of soil-based or seed on top of the sand. And at an estimated cost for a 90,000 square foot field, materials are estimated at about $800,000 to $850,000. So with tax, we looked at, why don't we take the mid-range on that, $825,000. The materials for a 90,000 square foot field would be $910,000. And the labor estimate, the representative from EPIC we spoke to did not have quite an actual estimate, because it varies depending on what state you're in and what criteria you have to put in for the estimate for the labor. But the direction was it would mimic similar to that cost of the materials. As such, the total estimated cost, excluding soft costs, we are estimating at $1.75 to $1.85 million. I asked the representative if I could use this. This is from their presentation, and I was told that I can because I want to be able to show commission and the viewing public what the EPIC system looks like. This is the system that goes below the surface of the sand and then the turf on top of that sand. It is a very unique approach, and as you see, this equipment right now is filling the sand. It is fairly, according to the vendor, it is fairly quick in its installation because the way it have it set up for the design, it goes through fairly quickly. And these are the two that I want to show on EPIC. But let's talk about the maintenance. The system, the irrigation, it requires minimum maintenance, almost no maintenance required for the irrigation because it's subsurface, not going to get damaged, seems to work out quite well. However, as it relates to the sand and or the turf that is laid on top, it does require rigid maintenance. It's no different than the natural grass. It just requires additional maintenance for fertilization, seeding, and aerification. The sand, it does compact. There's compaction issues. It requires for increased aerification. And the sand does leach nutrients. And I know there's a discussion about that subject matter. And everybody we spoke to that has this field, they are experiencing that challenge, that nutrients are leaching, and it really does require more fertilization to be able to keep up. We also had, and we appreciate all the feedback we got from EPIC and the documentation for us to review the materials submitted. It does, one of the materials submitted, it does require the addition of inorganic elements at regular intervals to keep the nutrients at optimum levels. So we would have to add calcium, iron, magnesium, manganese, nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus. Those three elements are something that we use as far as fertilizing goes. And the others were not as, I don't think we have a practice of using the other elements at this point in time, unless there's an absolute need. And then sulfur. So that document also identifies that if any of these nutrients are deficient, it really would show in the turf health. This is also part of that same document. We wanted to just put it here to show that different fields at different locations across the country have different requirements, and they're not all going to mimic themselves. It depends on resources, the environment, as much rain as they get, the temperature, cold, hot, and all of them start with in March. Field covers are removed and continue based on the rigid maintenance that are required. And the very far right of the column, which is kept in green, those are the minimum EPIC guidelines for recommended maintenance. And what you will note on here is it will have fertilization almost every month, as far as what the other agencies listed here have used. And also mowing. Most of them have listed mowing 3 times per week, yet EPIC recommends only 2 times a week mowing, and it stretches from March all the way to November. And this is just May and June. There's likely much heavier use during this time because that's when soccer, specifically soccer, the season starts kicking in after June. And again, consistently with the mowing and the weeding and grub control, they have IPM programs that they've identified to alleviate some of those issues and challenges. And I know we had a severe grub challenge over at Sports Complex a couple of years back, and we used nematodes as a biological control to attack that, because we would have crows all over the field tearing up the turf to eat the grub. Must be some really good grub. Again, July, August, these are all part of the attachments that we presented. I believe this is Exhibit C for anybody that is looking at the report. And towards the very end, down at the end of November, covers go back from November, end of November, and in some cases before the snow starts, from November to, I believe we start at March, December through March, the 3 months, these fields seem to be shut down for maintenance and or rest. So what are some of the challenges we believe we will experience with the EPIC system? There are high levels of chemicals being introduced. So in some cases, especially with facilities that we share with GUSD, would require approval based on the joint use agreement that we have. And these, the chemicals, the elements, the fertilizers, whatnot, and pesticides will either be recycled as irrigation or end up in the storm drain. And the levels of fertilizers can potentially be toxic to the turf. The recommended maintenance levels do require more staff time and equipment for use, and that will in turn increase the carbon footprint. And we use the same concept of the maintenance for EPIC as we did with natural grass. We just increased the material cost here because proprietary sand is likely to cost higher than the soils that we typically use for the renovation. So annual maintenance cost with the EPIC system is estimated at $49,000. And as far as renovations go, again, they will mimic the natural turf without the EPIC system, just slightly higher for materials, at $34,000 for if we are seeding, and $81,000 if we are going to be using sod. And those are attached to the report as Exhibit B if individuals want to look at more details. Moving on to artificial turf. So the systems of artificial turf were first introduced in the late 70s, and they were really carpet-like. They were thin, and they were installed over asphalt in some cases, and they were tightly knitted. They're tufted nylon. That, they were tough and durable, yet they were very abrasive. So over the years, there have been numerous refinements. And the new generation turf that we're looking at nowadays, it is synthetic fibers, 2 inches to 2.5 inches long. They are tufted to a polypropylene and secondary backing of polyurethane. They're either filled with sand, rubber, a mix of sand, rubber, cork, coconut husks. So we have a lot of options as far as the fill goes. And fill meaning the material that you put in the turf so it could keep the blades, kind of standing up and doesn't damage the fibers. It is installed over a gravel base. There are some designs that incorporate shock pad for added safety. They do drain vertically. A lot of designs in California now incorporate stormwater capture in the design, as we'll show you that we've done that in the Pacific designs. And then they have natural infill, sand and coconut husk, which is what we are proposing for the 5 facilities that we are looking at, considering. Durability, it is far superior than natural grass. It is played year-round, doesn't matter the sport, you can play on it in all types of weather. It will not have puddles, muddy condition, or areas. It always has a level and safe playing surface. And the new generation, the ones we're considering right now, it truly replicates the look and play of natural grass. Maintenance requirements, despite popular belief, it actually has a very minimal requirement for maintenance as compared to the other two surface types that we looked at. It's a general safety walkthrough. You're going to do litter and unsafe conditions. You're going to do that, doesn't matter what kind of turf you have. And this would require grooming every other week. Same with brushing every other week. Generally speaking, requirements could be between 80 to 100 hours of use and or once a month. So we currently do every other week of grooming and brushing, and it served us well. At the complex, we were able to keep that turf running for 10 years, and the replaced turf now is 6 years old. And over at Pacific, we're 7 years into the original turf, and we believe we're going to get 10 years out of that as well. Annual decompaction, rejuvenation. This is work we contract out. At $3,500 per field, we have a technical group who come in with the appropriate equipment to conduct the decompaction. That is a requirement of the field to sustain itself and longevity of the use. And then at that time, they will add infill as disperse it as necessary, as well as if we in-house have to add infill material, if we see some low spots and the need, most of the infill is provided during construction. And to date, for the existing fields that we have, sports complex, it's 17 years in, 16 years in, we have yet to buy additional infill material because the amount of infill that we received was sufficient. However, when we're doing the cost for artificial turf, we did plug in at least one 2,000-pound container of the infill material. Because it is natural, we anticipate that we may need additional infill material because it's being coconut husk, it's going to just deteriorate and we have to fill in. The seam repairs and tears are done as necessary and they're covered under warranty for 8 years. As well as if there are any significant repairs to damaged turf, we do it as necessary, and at both facilities we've experienced limited. I think the most recent one was at the Pacific field where it cost us $8,000 to have those repairs conducted at Pacific. Disadvantages of artificial turf. So it is a very high initial cost of installation. I think we're estimating anywhere from $12 to $14 a square foot of the product being installed. For a 90,000 square foot soccer field, it's $1.6 million. This includes the soft costs, project management and design. They do yield higher temperatures, especially the rubber infill, that they typically are 30 to 40 degrees higher than the air temperatures. So we do understand the concerns people have raised with that. Hence, we have shifted from the future fields to go into more natural, which will keep things cooler. It does contribute to the heat island effect just because the fact that you have those rubber infills, it does contribute to heat island effect. It requires new plastic to make the product. For the turf product, they do not use recycled plastic. And we'll talk about some of those details as we get into further in the presentation. And the field butt fibers, they do break down, and some kids do pick at them and they do, tuck them out, and it does make a mess. But there are a lot of benefits to artificial turf. First, it does look, feel, and play like natural grass. It does withstand significantly higher use, regardless of the types of weather we're experiencing. There is no field downtime. We have not closed these fields other than when there's no reservation. Minimum 3 months extra play on these fields, and we're not even touching on the rainy days. With rain, as we talked about, softball fields or previous soccer fields would have to just get rest to let the water to subside, and in this case, we don't have to. You can play almost immediately after. Minimum maintenance is required. The cost savings, significant cost savings there. You will compare the Exhibit B, actually list that, and we'll cover it in the next slide. And it does increase the revenue generation on a natural turf field. Our historic experience of revenue generation is $30,000 per natural grass field. For the artificial turf fields, we experience $160,000 average on revenue. And again, these revenues help reconstruct or replace the turf, as was the case in the sports complex field. Additional benefits, it's made with resilient materials for safety. It does perform and provides uniform and consistent playing surface. It does reduce the carbon footprint. Despite popular belief, you're not using any water, no fertilizers, no pesticides, you're not mowing or doing any landscape work. That results in reduction of the carbon footprint. It eliminates contaminated water runoff to store drains because you're not using pesticides and or fertilizers. And it does provide a stable surface, cushioned, and the materials we're looking at now are likely to reduce the lower head and lower extremity injuries. So overall environmental impacts, no pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, obviously that is a plus. No mowing or heavy equipment is, again, a benefit, positive. Reducing carbon emissions, saving 2 million gallons of water a year on average. Those are the positive impacts, environmental impacts. However, it does contribute to the heat island effect, and it does remove habitat for wildlife. Those two would be considered negative impacts. Let's look at water savings. In 2003, before the installation of the artificial turf fields, the sports complex experienced 14.8 million gallons of water used. And after the fields were installed, we looked at numbers at 2015. 2015, based on the two fields being replaced with artificial turf field, we saw a water use at 6.7 million. That is about 8 million reduction in use. And then after the baseball field was installed, the use last year in 2020 was 5.2 million gallons. This is a reduction of over 9 million gallons of water for those three fields. Now, we also touched on the report. There are a number of factors that reflect this reduction in water. One of it being that our staff is more conscious as it relates to water use. We do repair irrigation. If there's a leak, we get to it right away. All of those factors assist, but we still believe that the biggest element of the water reduction is the removal of natural grass and installation of artificial turf field. Similarly at Pacific, we only had data for 6 months in 2012. And I want to extend my gratitude to our friends in GWP who dug all this information from past, especially for the sports complex in 2003, 2004 data, and helped us put this report together. So for 6 months in 2012, we experienced 1 million gallons of usage. And for this analysis, for the record, we doubled that, saying 6 months is 1 million, 12 months would be 2 million. So we based our analysis in the report based on 2 million gallons of water being used. And again, similar to our experience at Sports Complex. In 2013, while the field was being constructed, converted to artificial turf field, we used 952,000 gallons of water. And last year, in 2020, we used 617,000 gallons of water for Pacific. So again, a reduction of approximately 1.2 million gallons. Now, we talked about the negative impacts for the artificial turf, but we have mitigating measures that we can propose. And these are things we've taken into consideration and conducted within our parks. One is you plant additional trees, you create green spaces, and again, new vegetation. It helps filter air pollutants, and it contributes to cooling of the city. It does reduce heat island effects by having additional trees and more green space, and it mitigates the removal of wildlife habitat if you're removing the natural grass. We do use the natural infill as proposed for the projects, and that infill product will keep the fields much cooler. We have and continue to look at options of creating bioswales to help filter more water, capture more stormwater, and filter it right into the water table within the soil and the ground. Stormwater capture is a part of the designs. At Pacific Park, for example, we did a soils test, which is part of the construction. We want to know what kind of soils we have. And we found that the soil was very expansive, which means we can filter water right into the soil. And the design currently has 6 concrete catch basins to collect and infiltrate water further. They don't have a base. That's an aggregate base under those catch basins. So it will infiltrate more water into the soil, and only the excess water would go into the storm drains. So field temperature issues, I know we have it at the sports complex, and I know this subject has come up before. So watering the artificial turf field on hot days, it does cool it, albeit it is temporary. Within 20 minutes, you're back to your typical temperatures, very hot and humid at the same time. And 20 minutes is not even enough for a half game, a regulation game. So you don't even get through a half a game and the temperatures get back to the temperatures they would for the field, because the rubber material that we had at the complex. And then there really results in no efficiency in installing sprayers. Hence, our proposed projects don't have sprinklers and sprayers to help cool the fields down. Especially on top of that, we're actually using the geofill material, which is natural. It will keep the fields cooler anyway, compared to rubber. And, at extreme high temperatures, leagues and coaches, they cancel their practices and games. We are estimating that on average, about 5 times a year, they feel as though there is a need to cancel practice and games just for the users, the youth safety. And then for city-run leagues, our staff monitor the air quality, high heat reports, and then either postpone or reschedule games if the temperatures are at a certain level. And we want, for the user safety, we just will not have the games continue. So safety of artificial turf. GMAX rating is one of the criteria that they use to test. And GMAX it measures the shock absorbency and attenuation, which is the hardness, and also the head impact criteria, HIC. These two are also used in playground construction, as we presented a couple of options for commission in the last couple of months. The rubberized surfacing that we use go through the same testing as for the GMAX and the HIC to make sure that they meet the guidelines. A maximum safety rating for GMAX is 200. Now, natural grass at pristine conditions. Pristine conditions mean it doesn't have any compaction. It's just slush and very good new installation of natural grass. GMAX rating is averaged on that 105 to 125, the score. In artificial turf, the GMAX is at 155 to 165. This is an optimum. It's not too soft. It's not too hard. It's what most of the manufacturers are looking at getting to, 165 max. And most owners of facilities, such as cities and agencies, are requiring that be the optimum max GMAX rating through the warranty of the artificial turf. So both reports touch on the Shawgrass Legion turf as the choice of product. And we met with GUSD as we were looking at the details for the two facilities, and we took field trips to a couple of sites, to Irvine and City of Downey, to look at the product in action. The one in Irvine had been in play for about 6 years, and the quality looked still very good. And the one in Downey was just a new installation with the GeoField natural play infield, and it looked really nice. Now, this was just before COVID, and we have not had a chance to identify how that field is being used. We plan on contacting them to see what challenges they may have had with the system. But it meets the GMAX and HIC criteria. It does reduce the potential for lower extremity injuries. One of the reasons why we selected Shawgrass Legion Turf is the extensive amount of money they spent on development, research and development, so that they can actually replicate natural grass when they have it manufactured. It is firmer, more stable, it keeps things cooler and safer playing surface, and it does have better footing and player performance because it really replicates with the natural infield, it replicates your natural grass fields. Just some of the installations with GeoField around the nation. Major League Baseball has it in Arizona, the Diamondbacks, the Florida Marlins, Texas Rangers. Major League Soccer, FC Dallas, they are using GeoField. NCAA football has Georgia Tech. City of San Clemente has Jim Johnson Field, Vista Hermosa Park. City of Downey has Apollo Park, Discovery Sports Complex, and the county in LA County in Downey. County in Downey. It's a tentative project, the Ranchos Los Amigos Sports Complex. Now, Shawgrass, these are the GeoField installations. There's over 3,000 Shawgrass installations around the nation. There are numerous articles and studies. You can just type in artificial turf and you're gonna populate your inbox with a number of studies. But overall, when we look at some of the details, you look at EPA identifying 3 to 6 billion gallons of water conservation in the nation by just switching to artificial turf. Another one would be, polluted stormwater runoff. Pesticides are harmful to the environment. There's no denying that fact. And then artificial turf, because it doesn't require those pesticides, it really eliminated nearly 1 billion pounds of harmful pesticides and fertilizers, according to the EPA. And we also conducted a life cycle, we looked at a life cycle assessment of artificial turf and natural turf. That is one of the exhibits we attached, albeit it is the executive summary of the actual study done. Apparently the actual study is in German and my German is not quite up to par. So looking at the executive summary of the life cycle assessment of artificial and natural turf, we concluded that even the report found The most important factor to look at, environmental factor, is to look at the hours of use. If you are limiting use, if you, for example, are limiting into 800 to 1,000 hours of use for that facility, natural grass is probably your best bet, and the report identifies that. But if you're crossing a certain boundary of 1,200, 1,600 hours of use, for one, artificial turf is more environmentally sustainable for high intensity use. And we know that artificial turf can be played on for much longer. And we are on average about 2,500 hours reservations on our artificial turf field. So based on what we currently reserve and based on the demand, if you're looking at a life cycle assessment of both types of turf, regardless of with EPIC or without EPIC, a natural turf versus artificial, it seems artificial turf is more environmentally sustainable. The maintenance cost for artificial turf field, we're looking at the materials. We're estimating about $2,000 for one of those 2,000-pound bags that we're gonna store on site. And labor for doing your grooming and the brushing is at $3,800. Overall, you're looking at $10,000 annual cost. The contract labor, if you look at the details we provided in Exhibit B, contract labor includes the rejuvenation, which is about $3,500, and we put some money in there to average out the repairs. So even though we don't experience the need for costly repairs, we experienced one at Pacific, for example, for $8,000, 8 years in. So roughly based on that, we estimated a need for some money per year to do some the repairs. And as we stated, the seams and most of the tears are covered under warranty. Only major damage would have to be paid for, and wear and tear would have to be paid for by the city. So if you put all three surface types together, under natural grass, the starting cost is approximately $200,000. We looked at how best to identify that. We looked at sod, and we looked at the need for some drainage. And based on our experience with Glorieta, we estimated $200,000 used for cost for installation of a natural grass field. Now, on over a 20-year cost of maintenance and renovations, including the starting cost, I want to make that clear. The numbers listed in the second row actually include the starting cost for those projects, because we wanted to see what the cost is over 20 years. The natural grass would cost $3.2 million, and 20-year revenue based on an average of $30,000 a year, $600,000. So after 20 years, we're looking at, for a natural grass, cost of $2.6 million. Now, the natural grass with the EPIC system, it has, as we estimated, a $1.8 million starting cost for construction. Add to that the annual maintenance. Over 20 years, you're looking at $4.9 million of cost. And similar to the natural grass, we're estimating at $30,000 of revenues, again, $600,000. Overall, in 20 years, we're estimating a cost of $4.3 million for the natural grass. For the artificial turf, starting costs we estimated early on was $1.6 million. And overall 20-year cost, including the installation and the annual maintenance cost, is $2.7 million. Now, we also identified that the revenues generated on artificial turf is $160,000 on average, and that multiplies to $3.2 million over 20 years. And in comparison, when you take out the cost from the revenue, you're looking at a profit of $456,000 by the artificial turf. And also to point out, if you look at the details of the exhibits, the artificial turf field, we've identified a replacement cost at 50% of the value of the original installation cost of the turf, the surface, the top surface. And even though that seems to be a little higher than estimate, because the sports complex, we replaced both of those surfaces at Field 4 and Field 5 at $877,000. So each one averaged about 400-some thousand. And I believe we plugged in about $800,000 replacement here just to, play it on the safe side. Albeit with all those costs, it seems as though if you're doing a comparison 20 years later, with the EPIC system, $4.3 million costs, with the natural grass, $2.6 million, and artificial turf, a profit of $456,000. And now this is the part where we'll get into trying to respond to the comments and points raised in the Glendale Environmental Coalition's letter. One of the points they highlighted is EPIC is a viable alternative because it is efficient, economical, long-lasting, it drains well, it captures, uses stormwater, Grass regenerates significantly quicker, encourages the long root system. Maintenance costs are lower than that of artificial turf. It requires 60% less watering, and it also touched on Franklin Elementary considering the use. We actually had a meeting with the EPIC representative, did a presentation. They covered all of these valuable points to us in the presentation, and also recommended, and I believe commissioners also, the letter even recommended that we reach out to individuals or agencies that have the EPIC system installed. And even prior to that recommendation, before the letter came in, we had attempted to make contact with the 3 schools that the representative for EPIC had identified for us to contact. One is the Paradise High School in Paradise, California, Vista del Lago High School in Folsom, California. Both of these are in Northern California. And the other was Westcott Field in Texas, SMU, Southern Methodist University. Here's what we found out. The Paradise High School is very comparable as far as the field usage goes to Glendale, because they use it for their athletics as well as it's open to the public. So they get heavy use just as we do. They identified that the field drains really well. It captures and uses stormwater, but they had challenges, significant challenges with its maintenance. They found that it was very difficult to grow the roots. It took them first 5 years to achieve lengths that they want for the roots. And then one of the challenges they experienced that they had to use proprietary sand because it did create low spots. It tore the turf much easier because it was sand. It required them to increase their maintenance requirements, overseeding 3 to 5 times per year. And for this process, they use above ground sprinklers because they found that the subterranean irrigation, unless you flooded it, did not really assist with the seeds. The seeds must remain moist. If you've ever reseeded your lawn, once you put water on the seed, you got to keep it moist for it to germinate. And so that became a challenge. They experienced no measurable water savings. And now they did not have actual numbers to share, I asked, but they did not believe they had measurable water savings. And they found that they had to aerate monthly from January to June and twice a month, July to December. And obviously increase the fertilizing as required for the field, and it increased their cost of maintenance. For heavily used fields, they did not recommend that the EPIC system would be ideal. Unless the field is going to get the necessary rest, it really isn't going to sustain itself. So based on that and based on their experience, Paradise Unified School District has gone through a master planning program, and the master plan has approved replacing the EPIC field with artificial turf field. Similarly, at Vista del Lago High School in Folsom, they too are very comparable to the use in Glendale Fields. They are heavily used by the school and the public. They claim that EPIC drains really well. It does as it's intended. The system irrigation did not require major repairs. So similar to Paradise, the system's irrigation did not require any repairs. Just minor repairs, I believe, about $4,000 of like a valve or something had to be replaced. But they did experience similar challenges as Paradise High as it relates to the maintenance. It resulted in poor field conditions, increased maintenance frequencies on everything we've covered, and they did not realize measurable water savings as well. They would not choose this option again, and they would not recommend it for heavily used fields. They would prefer artificial turf for heavily used fields, which is what they have in other sites on their campus. Westcott Field, SMU, Texas. Now, we found that Westcott Field, it is a college. It is a private college. It is not open to the public. So as far as the use goes, it is not comparable to Glendale's usage, whereas they only average 25 hours per week of usage. A little heavier in the summertime as they're preparing for their tournaments and, sorry, not tournaments. The word's gonna come to me. As they're preparing for their training, they do use it more frequently in June. That's why they have major maintenance in May. And they do have alternate fields for their games and practices. They too, even though they have limited usage, they experience somewhat similar challenges to the other schools. The field they shut down in winter because there's not much field activity. They experience drainage issues, and this is attributed to the wrong sand that was installed during construction. Root generation became a challenge. They felt they had to soak the fields to actually generate the roots, and they had to install above ground irrigation for overseeding, which really did not corroborate the claims of water savings. And based on the individual who has 25 years experience growing grass, this was the most challenging turf field that they had to maintain over the years. And the sand leaches nutrients, hence they have a need for increased fertilization. The estimate of maintenance costs is 20% more than what they would with a natural turf field. And I identify this not being feasible for heavily used fields, and artificial turf would be more ideal. Another item that the GC letter asked staff to, or the city to consider is Netlon, and Netlon can be integrated. And Netlon is a plastic mesh material that's typically installed under whatever material you choose. It could be sand, it could be grass. It is designed to install and reinforce the top layer. It gives you resist compaction and increases the load-bearing capacity. It is really beneficial for places where you're looking for load-bearing capacity and a great use for surface support for vehicle parking. However, it would introduce synthetic plastic into a soil composition. And one of the documents we've attached to the report as Exhibit J, it was a study conducted that really highlights that player safety is of concern if you are installing Netlon. There is concern for the impact attenuation. This is, just the hardness as you fall. For heavily used fields, they experience Netlon surfacing to the top, because when you are you're aerating, let's say you're doing core aeration, our tines that we use will go anywhere from 6 to 9 inches below grade. And Netlon is actually installed approximately about 4 inches below grade. You're gonna hit plastic. And when you hit plastic, it's gonna tear, it's gonna break, it's gonna surface to the top, which will require having to clean. And over a while, it's gonna create additional turf challenges, and it can, escalate to, potential injuries for the athletes. So we felt that it's not practical for heavily used municipal fields. Here's a picture of Netlon. I am not the expert to be able to explain all the details, but what you notice, the top is the grass, and just below it is, in black, would be the plastic Netlon, and below that is the aggregate for drainage, which is to some degree similar to a lot of construction installations for fields. It helps drain the fields more so. So this is what Netlon would look like. One of the points raised in the letter is that artificial turf should not be installed because there were a number of bullet points, and we're going to try and address those bullet points. First one was it uses synthetic shock pads that end up in landfills. Now, the product we have chosen as the shock pad is NXT Play. It is made with recycled material, and it actually is recyclable itself. And it is made by the actual turf product that is laid on top. So the second point being it uses virgin plastic to manufacture. That is true. The new turf will require new plastic to manufacture, yet the old turf is recycled into the shock pad. It does not promote effective stormwater capture was one of the points highlighted. And the newer designs do incorporate stormwater capture as in Pacific Park. It does not promote effective gray water use. Now, artificial turf fields don't require water, and even if you are considering using water to cool it or whatnot, it will not be gray water because recycled water is not recommended to be used. Now, Pacific Park and Sports Complex already have gray water. We use recycled water at both these facilities to irrigate the entire facility. Fremont Park does not, and I know the letter raised that point. Fremont Park does not have recycled water. However, recycled water is a couple of blocks away over on Glen Oaks Boulevard. And we will be working, we've already made contact with Glendale Water and Power. Regardless of the decision, whether we go with natural turf, artificial turf, we're working with Glendale Water and Power to get recycled water to Fremont Park so that we will irrigate the entire facility using recycled water. One of the other points in the letter is that the artificial turf requires extra maintenance, including watering. Now, based on what we've already covered early on, it significantly reduces maintenance, and the watering is not required. Although in some cases it could be beneficial because it keeps moisture, especially with the geofill, it is not recommended, and we believe, based on our conversations, that the presence of moisture from humidity, rainfall, and dew, it will help. And natural fill will keep the fields cool, and because they do not absorb heat, similar to the rubber. They do shed plastic fragments into storm drains. The letter claims that they shed plastic fragments into storm drains. And as we mentioned early on, yes, they do shed plastic fragments. And the task for us is to make sure the fiber shredding will be mitigated by sweeping and brushing, and the materials collected will be stored at the site and then recycled. Does not increase days of use, artificial turf. Well, we know that artificial turf will keep the fields open year round, so we're getting at minimum 3 months of additional play. And we don't have to close the fields after rains. Such is the experience, if any of the listeners have had any experience over at the sports complex, Field 2, if it rained, Field 2 can be closed for up to 6 days to first allow all the rainwater to subside, allow us to get on the field so we don't damage it anymore. So it does increase play, artificial turf. Produces its own heat island effect. And now we talked about some of the mitigation measures earlier to address this concern. And the geofill material is much cooler than rubber, so that should address that concern. Safety-wise, it was highlighted in the report that that artificial turf have shown a greater number of player injuries than natural grass. Well, our research has found that the fields actually meet the rigorous requirements of the most respected sports leagues and federations. NCAA study found in 2004 that the injury rate on natural turf and artificial turf are, fairly similar, with actually natural turf having 4.4% and 3.5% for artificial turf. FIFA research, Federación Internacional of Football Association, if I don't have it right, Seva will correct me. They found that, their research found that there's very little difference in injuries between turf, artificial turf, and natural grass. A research done in Norway and Sweden concluded that injury risk on artificial turf is no greater than playing on grass field. And a Penn State study, as we're looking at bacteria and or having to sanitize, a study conducted by Penn State, they found that natural grass and artificial turf, the bacteria survival rate, they're very comparable because bacteria, especially in the open field, sun fields, not indoor fields, the bacteria from the sun will die out. So they found no significant difference between either types of field. And we also touched on in the report, I should also mention, we are looking at products for sanitization as necessary, and we'll look at in the future incorporating that as part of our annual maintenance. And one of the products we're considering is Procure. We'll be doing a lot more research on that, but Procure is a type of product they also use in hospitals, so it is very safe to use. We also wanted to hear from our users. I believe, as do the department, that your best voice are the people that use these facilities. We wanted to hear from them what they thought and answer questions as to who they serve, type of fields they reserve mostly, number of years they've been with Glendale, the number of injuries they've sustained, and the type of surfacing that they have preferred. And we sent this survey out February 23rd to March 1st. And we send it out to all persons. The contact persons of all permitted users on our fields received this survey. And we received 60 responses. Those responses are attached to the report as Exhibit K. First, from the field users, we found out that 11 responders they serve high schools, colleges, or university athletic programs. 15 of the respondents, they serve adult groups ages 18 to 59. And the 34 groups, they serve youth. And we wanted to know what is the primary purpose of the renovation. And those numbers are there. The most common would be to hold training and practices at 35 respondents. They have to hold tournaments, run a league, and also create a time and space for participants to socialize. Reservation frequency. We wanted to know how many days a week do they use. So the top chart shows that 22 groups use it 1 day a week. And most others fluctuate between 7 and 8. For example, eight groups use it 3 days a week, and 7 groups use 7 days a week. So this number fluctuates based on their reservation frequency. And then we wanted to know the field type that they preferred. Of the 60 respondents, 44 of them preferred artificial turf. That is 70% of the respondents preferred to go with artificial turf based on their experience playing and or using facilities, and likely the fact that they get rained out, they prefer artificial turf. 15 of the respondents prefer natural grass, which is 25% of the respondents. And from our look at the details, and most of these numbers we're not fully analyzing, we're just giving it to you raw data as it came in. But the natural grass individuals who prefer natural grass are generally the baseball and softball groups. And then one respondent chose not to answer that question. We want to plug that in to give a full 100% response. Continuing with the responses, reasons for not reserving more field time. Lack of availability was at 30. So more than 50% of the respondents said the reason why they do not reserve more field time is because there's no available based on their schedule. And again, this relates to prime time. The fields are available 7 a.m. on a Monday morning, but again, individuals can't come on there because either working or at school. 25 individuals said that they're satisfied with the amount of time they currently have, and 5, it didn't make financial sense to them to reserve more facilities. And then type of field generally reserved. 41 respondents reserve artificial turf, of which 3 are baseball groups, 2 lacrosse groups, and 35 soccer groups. Of the 19 respondents that chose natural grass, 16 baseball, softball groups, and they generally usually reserve. 16 are baseball, softball groups, and 3 soccer groups. So I wanted to also know the injuries experienced both on artificial and natural grass. So 41 respondents that use artificial turf, on average, their rental history is 7.1 years. 29 of the respondents, which is 71%, reported no injuries on the artificial turf field. 9 respondents, 22%, they said on annual basis, they experienced 2 or fewer injuries, and 5%, 2 respondents said they experienced 3 to 4 injuries per year. And the most common injuries are ankle sprains, slide burns, knee injuries, and concussion. As it relates to natural grass, of the 19 respondents that say they use natural grass, 8 of them rent the fields 15 to 45 years. We have a much larger history, given the fact that we've only had the artificial turf fields installed the past 16 years. Our natural grass fields have been around much longer. So there are a number of individuals who've been around using our facilities, groups, I should say, using our facilities for 45 years. And 11 of the remaining respondents, 11, they're either fairly new, they've only had reservations within the last few months, up to 7 years, for an average of 14 years. To put this in perspective, we wanted to show the number of years they have been around and the experiences. Of the 19 respondents, 7 respondents, 37% reported having no injuries on natural grass fields. 11 respondents, 58%, have experienced 2 or fewer per year. And then 1 respondent, 5%, is 3 to 4 injuries per year. And the most common injuries somewhat mimic. You have ankle sprains, slide burns, and the 6 individuals said the type of injury that they have experienced is not listed. Now, you may be looking at the numbers 11, 6, and 6. Whoa, they add up to 23. With 19 respondents, some of the injuries, the respondents had the opportunity to identify more than one injury they've experienced so that we can capture these numbers. So hence the reason why 19 may not add up to actual common injury responses. We also wanted to do a survey of other agencies in California. From February 9th to 22nd, we reached out to the California Park and Recreation Society. The society, CPRS, is the leading professional nonprofit organization with over 4,000 park and recreational members. And it is estimated, actually it's more of a fact, that 86% of California park agencies, they have members within CPRS. I myself am a member. It has different sections. One of the sections is the Development Operations section. That is a statewide board that looks at specifically what it says, development operations. And I've had the pleasure of serving on that board in the past 12 years in different varieties on the board, including president, as well as the Maintenance Management School. Maintenance Management School is the known maintenance school within the Western Hemisphere of the United States. And it teaches individuals how to be better park operators and park managers. So CPRS is well in tune as it relates to fields, and the agency individuals involved are your professionals that run your parks and recreation departments in the state. The survey focused on how many soccer fields do you have, how many baseball fields do you have, how many of them are natural, how many of them are artificial, what type of field material you use, and if you have a future plan for artificial turf. We wanted to see, well, what is the trend? What's the trend with the rest of the agencies? And we also wanted to know the use of EPIC system. Do any of these facilities have the EPIC system installed? 29 city, county, district park agencies responded, and their responses range from having 0 fields, let's say 0 soccer fields, to all the way up to 57 soccer fields for the city of Roseville. Similarly with the baseball fields, anywhere from 1 baseball field to about 100 for the county of Los Angeles. So we ended up with responses from a variety of organizations at different sizes. Of the responses, we garnered that there's 325 soccer fields from the responding agencies, of which 46 or 14% are artificial turf and 279 are natural grass, 86%. Similarly, on ball fields, the number percentages are a lot less for artificial. They have 12 artificial ball fields and 512 natural grass, which is 98% of the ball fields for the responding agencies are natural grass with only 2 artificial turf. Number of EPIC fields, none of the responding agencies have EPIC system, which really does corroborate what the vendor and representative has expressed to us in our continued communication, as we wanted to compare municipalities that have this system and to see what their use and funding and costs were. Hence, we relied on the 2 schools we reached out to. As far as future artificial turf fields planned, 12 of the responding agencies, 41% said yes, they do have plans, which equated to 12 individuals said that currently they do not have any plans. So 41% said yes, they have future plans. The turf fields are planned. 12 of them said no, and 18% said maybe that they will have future plans for artificial turf field. Now, to summarize everything we've covered, under availability for artificial turf, we know that based on our experiences, it is available 365 days a year, even right after heavy rainstorms. Natural grass, available 9 months with 3-month closure for renovation. And again, as we touched on, it further is closed 2 to 3 days after rains. That's more on the average of closures. Available for the natural grass with EPIC, it is available 9 months with 3-month closure for renovation. And this latter point can be a subject for further discussion, based on our experiences, based on the 3 fields that we did comparison on from the documents submitted by EPIC. It does show that the fields are closed. And just with any natural soccer field, based on our experience, based on the experiences at the schools that have the system in, we do believe we will result in closures for renovation for soccer fields. Durability, artificial turf, it really withstands heavy and repetitive use. Even during or after heavy rains, there really is no need for recovery time. With natural grass, based on our experience and the research we've done, it will require ongoing maintenance and repairs, similar with the natural grass with the EPIC system. The ball action, it's for artificial turf, because it is more stable, it is more a flat surface, even surface, it bounce and play for the ball reacts just like it is natural flush grass. Again, based on our experiences and pictures you saw for natural grass soccer fields, there are some imperfections. Weed patches, exposed dirt, mud spots, sprinkler heads, they really cause inconsistent ball action. We contend that the EPIC system will have similar challenges because it is natural grass, and because it's going to experience challenges of wear and tear, it would mimic that of natural grass, other than the irrigation, because all the irrigation is subsurface. For safety, studies show no significant difference between safety types for artificial turf. And as it relates to natural grass, again, all 3, as far as the safety goes, the studies have shown that they are comparable. Environmental impacts with the artificial turf, we discussed, it eliminates chemicals, fertilizer, pesticide use. It reduces water consumption anywhere from 1.5 to 2 million gallons. The life cycle assessment we looked at shows that the least environmental impact if used over 1,600 hours per year. For natural grass reduces the urban heat island effect. It filters rainwater and pollution. It provides wildlife habitat. On the flip side of it, the maintenance itself for natural grass, it adds to the carbon footprint, and there's a need for use of fertilizers and pesticides and other chemicals to keep the field and the turf healthy. Similarly, for the EPIC system, it does reduce the heat island effect. It really captures and reuses rainwater and pollution. I think this is the strongest point of the system. And however, as it relates to maintenance, we do believe, based on what we found, it does add to the carbon footprint because it increases the use of fertilizers, chemicals, and pesticides. For appearance, the artificial turf will always maintain a look of a freshly mowed lawn. And natural grass and EPIC, they will not really always look the same because of the dirt areas, the bare areas, and the worn areas are really going to show. And when you have a compacted area, there's no grass. When you don't have grass, it's dirt, weeds move in. For the surface temperature, artificial turf Now, the fact that we are recommending the natural infill geofill, they tend to be 40 degrees cooler than artificial turf fields. This is according to the manufacturer's details that we have reviewed. And just generally speaking, rubber does, the rubber infills, they do absorb more heat, especially black rubber. So we do believe the fact that you're using coconut husk and sand, it will definitely be cooler fields. Under natural grass temperatures are likely the best because you're gonna have maybe slightly cooler temperatures on the grass than you do in the air. We believe that to also be true with the EPIC system because it is natural grass after all. The temperatures will be cooler, and as we said, there is a point that the natural grass will not exceed 85 degrees Fahrenheit. I have not tested that myself. It's what we have read, so we believe natural grass will stay cooler. As far as replacement and rejuvenation, artificial turf, although the maintenance and the warranty on it is 8 years, we have experience that it does go beyond 10 years. It could go up to and beyond 10 years, hence our experience over at the sports complex, and we do have to replace the top layer of turf at 10 years. With the natural grass, the annual reseeding sod required, it really does lead to the downtime for the regrowth, and the excessive compaction does require complete reconstruction. And for the EPIC system, somewhat similarly, the monthly overseeding, aerating, and fertilizing required does lead to downtime for regrowth and regeneration of the grass roots and the blades. Comparison of the costs listed here again. For artificial turf, after 20 years, you have a revenue of $3.2 million. The cost of maintenance combined, $2.7 million. This it did have another line, maybe got lost. It really is to show that over 20 years, it does generate $456,000 of profit. Let me find that document, make sure I'm correct. In natural grass, $3.2 million for construction and maintenance over 20 years with the revenues of $600,000. And similarly for natural, the grass with EPIC system, a higher construction cost to start, $1.8 million. That's why the construction and maintenance are at $4.97 million for a revenue generation of $600,000 based on what we already covered. And the line I was thinking of is the very bottom, the overall cost, revenue over 20 years, or profit, we should say, $456,000 for artificial turf, natural grass at $2.6 million, and the EPIC system at $4.3 million cost. To conclude, we talked about park management as a balancing act. And the reason why we are here, again, is to look at the access to our fields, to be able to meet the demand. Based on what we reviewed so far, we believe that the artificial turf will provide the most access to the field. Available resources, based on the cost-benefit analysis done of the facilities, the numbers speak for themselves as to what the resources required for all three facilities. Similar with the maintenance costs. As far as environmental impacts, our research analysis and findings lead us to believe that the amount of use that we have on our facilities, artificial turf has the least environmental impact, especially given the life cycle assessment conducted. Sustainability is very important for our efforts. Sustainability goes across the board, anywhere from programming to maintenance to environmental to fiscal. So based on the analysis, yet again, we believe that artificial turf provides the most sustainable approach going forward and being able to provide for what the community and the turf soccer field users actually need. And fiscally responsible, we want to make sure we make the right choice. Something that we expend funds for, we want to make sure that it really garners the results that we're looking for, the intended purpose of why we are here. And that comes with the fiscal responsibility. And we do appreciate our community and the user group's input and the results of the survey, as well as I do believe that we've received numerous emails and calls from the community. We respect everybody's input, and we are here to ask Commission to give us feedback. That concludes the presentation. There may be a lot of questions. I will take a sip of water and wait for President Kalfayan to give further direction.
Well, while you're taking a sip of water, I want to thank you for the longest lecture that we have heard.
I do apologize for the length. I really do, but
And
We felt that the length was necessary to cover a lot of ground, and, ultimately, we believe we are here, this group is here, along with the commission, to serve our community's needs, and we're looking at it as what's best for the kids, for the youth, and for what they're gonna do. There is no doubt in my mind that athletics and recreation develop in youth leadership skills, and they provide them with the recreational physical ability and the necessity for them to grow as leaders in this community. And sports, no one that I know will doubt that sports and recreation provides that for our youth.
thank you. And thank you for the staff. And Mr. Bulanikian, thank you. Really, it's a very hard work that you have done. We thank you.
Thank you, President Kalfai and members of the commission. A shout out goes to Coco and his staff for the presentation and the report, as well as the recreation staff. The reason why it took so long to come back to commission is because of my direction to staff to be comprehensive, make sure we contact all of the cities that have the EPIC system, that use Shaw Turf, and come back to commission with a full report. My apologies for a 100 slide PowerPoint, but as Mr. Panosian mentioned, we wanted to be thorough and basically give all the information we can to provide to the commissioners as well as to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to go to questions. It looks like they have done a good job, and they have come to a conclusion that they do prefer to take the artificial turf. That's their conclusion, what I understand from Mr. Panosian's presentation and his staff, that they did this analysis and the research. We took most of the time. I will go to questions, if you have questions, before we get an approval.
President Kalfai and members of the commission, we do have a number of callers that would like to give their input on the report. So Iris,
How many we have, Iris?
Yes, President Kalfai and members of the commission, we currently have 18 callers on hold.
So what we recommend is a time limit.
Okay,
that
well, I will recommend that we'll give them 3 minutes each and let them come to the point to be precise. Go
Okay,
ahead, please.
thank you. Jack Ishkanian, you are now on the air. You have 3 minutes to speak to the commission.
Okay. Do they hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jack Iskanian, and I am founder of Levon Stoyan Soccer Academy and Glendale City Director for now. And most of the thing I would like to share, the announcer already talked about it, but I'd like to share about my experience regarding natural grass. When we started in 2008, out of Pacific Park, it was great grass field. After we started, 3 months after we started, there was no grass at all. Next year, it was the same situation. They were sitting, maintaining, servicing the field. It would be the same. After 3 months, there was no grass. So what I am saying to Glendale Environmental Coalition, don't spend our money on grass field, because I'm coming from the grass field. I have first-hand experience. And I'd like to tell you about my Pacific Park soccer field schedule. 8 o'clock in the morning, school comes in. 9 o'clock on the field, already kids. Until 4 o'clock, 700 kids walking on the field. 4 o'clock comes Eastern Soccer Academy and the other clubs. We have about over 350 kids until 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, coming adult groups until 10 o'clock. I'd like to respected coalition members to answer when they're gonna run their maintenance to keep this field ready for next day. There is no time at all. So for this reason, don't spend our money on natural grass. So MLS teams, most of the MLS teams change their grass field into artificial turf because it's hard to maintain. They play one game a week, only one game a week, and they can't keep up with the grass. So they change into a turf field. Let's take a lesson from here. In Europe, most of the fields, they change into artificial turf. Why? Because it's very expensive to maintain natural grass. So about the injuries, from 2014 until today, we had no single injury on turf field. We are on turf field since Pacific Park was built. And I am encouraging Glendale Unified School District and City of Glendale officials. I like
Mr. Jack.
joint venture.
Mr. Jack, your time is up, and I understand you are a resident of Glendale, and you've been using the Glendale fields
Yes.
very often. And thank you for your comment, and your recommendation is the artificial turf. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
I apologize once again. John Akopian, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you so much, Commission. My name is John Akopian, and I'm one of the founders of Sporting SoCal Soccer Club, based out of Glendale. We've been in Glendale since 2015. We do have over 40 teams currently, with over 500 players registered. Just to piggyback on what Jack said and a lot of the things that have been covered, we do prefer turf over grass, for the obvious reasons of maintenance, cost. We just like Glendale Football Club, haven't experienced many injuries on turf field. And we have experienced, or we have had bad experiences on grass fields, especially during the game. It's definitely harder to play on grass when the grass quality is not great. The ball is bouncing everywhere, and it's just really, really difficult to play on the field. Turf fields are also easier to set up for the coaches. They get on the field, they set up their training agenda, their session, and they're able to accurately and properly execute their training sessions. Lastly, with the amount of players that we have, we really do need a lot more fields in Glendale to accommodate our club and many of the clubs. I think there's about 6-7 clubs in Glendale now, maybe even more. But currently, just to give you an example, when we go practice at Glendale Sports Complex or Pacific Community Center, we have anywhere from 5 to 6 teams on the field. Everybody's using a quarter or maybe even less than a quarter, and is just not enough to properly train those teams. And there's not enough days. You want to do 3 days of training, but we are forced to do 2 days of training and smaller spaces just to fit all the kids, because there is a very high demand. So our recommendation from Sporting SoCal is to do turf soccer fields in Glendale. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Next, please.
Next is Jennifer Pinterton. You are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Pinkerton, I am a member of the Glendale Sustainability Commission, but the opinions I'm offering here today are strictly my own, based on 30 years experience in the municipal and environmental fields, including working on plastic pollution. As a city, our responsibility for tackling climate change requires moving away from fossil fuels in all arenas and all operations. It's not just fuels for our power plant and for our vehicles. So plastic products are derived from fossil fuels, so they should be avoided at all costs, and I believe that includes artificial turf. I would like to thank staff. I know a lot of time and work went into developing this report, but I have to respectfully disagree with the conclusions for several reasons, which I'll enumerate here. Many plastics are not recyclable, and I'll address that in a moment. Artificial turf will contribute to the heat island effect, and heat is one of the most adverse weather conditions that we have to address here in Glendale. Most importantly, artificial turf sheds small pieces of plastic called microplastics. And we know, based on studies, that these will be conveyed into our streets and our storm drains and then make their ways into our waterways, including the ocean, where they'll have very harmful impacts on marine life. Some artificial turf may contain PFAS, which are fluorinated chemicals that are considered possible human carcinogens. I think it would be the height of irresponsibility to introduce a product that is classified as such. Now, I fully understand that there are staff and budget limitations, but I don't believe those alone can justify in any way increasing the city's use of plastic. And I would encourage staff to reconsider other options, such as including prioritizing the use of fields by residents. Now, I'd like to rebut some of the claims, statements made regarding natural grass. Yes, it requires maintenance, it requires watering, and there is downtime for reseeding. But the city is already successfully piloting zero-emission electric landscaping equipment, and there is proposed legislation at the state level that would require a phase-out of all gas-powered landscaping equipment in the near future. Natural grass offsets the heat island effect, offers a respite from hardscapes and from artificial materials, and it also supports biodiversity. And when watered, natural grass allows water to percolate and help recharge our groundwater. Now, on the topic of recyclability, I am aware that the artificial turf vendor has promised to remove the turf at the end of its useful life and repurpose it into padding. But given the associated negative health and environmental impacts, I don't believe that would be a beneficial reuse. I strongly encourage you to reject the use of artificial turf.
Your time is up. I have a question. If you use the fields that you're talking about with your experience?
I'm not an athlete that uses, artificial turf. I'm checking on the grounds as a fossil fuel product.
Thank you for your information. We will consider what you told us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Next is, and please state your name for the record, but I believe it's Mehan Hajanpour. You are now on the air with Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them. Mahan?
Let's take the next one if you like.
Sorry, Mahan, are you there? Arlene Vidor, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hello, my name is Arlene Vidor. I'm a Glendale resident. Thank you very much for this public hearing. I hope that you will also seek the Sustainability Commission's recommendations on this matter prior to it going to City Council. Recommendations on types of natural grass products and environmentally friendly synthetics, which currently artificial turf is not, should be incorporated into the city's climate action plan in the future. The environmental crisis we face today eclipses any concerns athletes or coaches might have about playing on natural grass, which they did for hundreds of years prior to the invention of AstroTurf in the 1960s. Studies published in the American Journal of Sports Medicine show either no difference in injury between the two or increased frequency of lower body injury on artificial turf. Artificial turf as we know it today will be replaced by either improved natural drought-tolerant resistant grasses or more environmentally friendly synthetics in the near future. And the turf you install today will likely be obsolete and probably even illegal in less than 10 years. These products derive from soon-to-be obsolete fossil fuels, produce heat island effects and pollutants that get flushed into our waterways and oceans. I implore you to please shelve consideration of artificial turf for now and work with the Sustainability Commission and other environmental stakeholders to seek improved technologies with natural grass products and other planet-safe materials, some of which may be in development today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you a resident of Glendale?
Yes.
You are. And you have any experience on the field also?
No.
Or it's more theoretical?
I'm just a concerned citizen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your information.
Richard Bennett, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them. Richard Bennett? Unmute yourself, and if you have yourself on mute, Richard Bennett. Elise Kalfayan, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name's Elise Kalfayan. I'm a Glendale resident. I oppose the plan to install artificial turf and disagree with the findings of the report before you. We are expecting longer, hotter stretches of summer heat waves due to climate change, which will reduce calculated days of use and lower revenue. Natural grass fields have an advantage here. The report doesn't cover this. Can you stop my time for a minute? I'm getting feedback. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is there an echo?
No.
We don't hear an echo.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hear an echo, so I'll continue. So natural infill versus rubber infill. Natural infill doesn't keep artificial turf cool. It keeps it relatively cooler. I don't have those exact measurements to present, but I note that exact data wasn't presented to this commission either. There is a significant heat island effect with artificial turf that remains. Electric landscaping equipment and recycled water can be used on natural grass fields, which will reduce the adverse impacts that are claimed in the report. Also, why can't we design a stormwater capture system for natural grass fields as is proposed for artificial turf so there's no runoff? Finally, while artificial turf is being proposed to benefit youth and adult sports events, all of us are stakeholders when it comes to protecting our environment and dealing with the plastic waste crisis. All of the information about sports complex planning and installations is from 20 years ago, and that is ancient history compared to what we know now about climate change, plastic pollution, and microplastics. Most of us, including our young people, are aware of climate change. Artificial turf is a fossil fuel product, and we are extracting, refining, and using fossil fuels to produce it, thereby contributing to climate change. Most of us, including our young people, are aware of the plastic waste crisis. Artificial turf, even if it is recycled once or twice, will eventually end up in a landfill where it won't biodegrade and where it could leach toxins. Most of us, including our young people, are aware of microplastic pollution. Artificial turf, along with other plastics, shed tiny fragments that are found everywhere and in everything in our environment. We are aware of these dangers, so if we go ahead and purchase 7 acres of artificial turf for convenience, we're saying that it's okay to purchase harmful products and harm our environment and our community for the sake of convenience. Artificial turf systems are expensive. They're being professionally marketed and sold to us as solutions when instead they are adding to our larger problem of relying on plastic and fossil fuel products. Why not use that money to purchase more property for natural fields and figure out how to manage them? The presentation delivered to you is based on trying to conduct business as usual. That balancing act slide presented needs to be rebalanced because as a society, we need to urgently address our environmental and sustainability crises. Our future needs to be as plastic-free as possible, as soon as possible.
Ma'am, thank you very much. Your time is up. I'm sorry to cut you off. Thank you for your recommendation.
Richard Bennett, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them. Juana Hess, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them. Juana? Ben Ipekjian, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Thank you for your report. I am calling as a resident of Glendale, and I am just incredibly frustrated about this debate. I think that it's extremely unfortunate that we are having this debate. I don't understand why it is as much of a debate as it is. I am against the installation of these fields. I'm incredibly grateful for so many of the callers that have called in against this today because it makes me feel like I'm not alone, honestly. What I'm really concerned about is that we have a commission, a Parks Commission, that is allowing this debate to go on as far as you're allowing it to. And as a member of the public, I wanted to call in and just let you know that if this passes, I will look forward to following this commission much more closely because I would be very, very concerned about the decisions that you're making. I understand that you think that they're right, but they're not, unfortunately, in my opinion. And I'm also frustrated that I now have to spend more time focused on the Parks Commission when I'm already so focused on some of the other problems that we have going on in the city. But what must be done, what must be done. I was offended by the questions that were being asked by the commissioner of people as to whether or not they were athletes or experienced athletes. I don't understand why the commissioner would think that that's what gives anybody the authority to have an opinion on this. It was unfortunate to hear. Very concerned about that question that the commission was asking. I was reading the literature and noticed that there wasn't much talk about what this is going to do to wildlife. And so I reached out to a wildlife biologist and I asked her opinion, and she said this. She said, AstroTurf provides zero benefits to wildlife as a solid plastic surface. Numerous birds forage for insects and seeds and gather nesting material for lawns, including parks, ball fields, soccer fields, etc. Temporary pools of water are also utilized for drinking. Many of the insects and other arthropods lay eggs in and larvae develop in the damp soil under the grass. Earthworms are a common food as well. We regularly see robins, house finches, 3 species of goldfinches, various sparrows, bluebirds, mockingbirds, blackbirds, and others using lawns. 7 acres is a significant area for the removal of these resources, and it's this commission that will be responsible for it, and it is this commission that I will work tirelessly to make sure there are changes made so that decisions to pass artificial turf in the city of Glendale are not made. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Did you want to ask me if I'm an athlete? I'm not.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions?
Kat Pilardi, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hi, thank you so much. Okay, so first of all, I want to say yes to adding fields. I think that's so important. I think it's awesome that you guys did all this work, but I want to argue no for turf. I don't want my city covered in plastic. The downside I want to highlight is the urban heat island effect, which a few people have mentioned. This is dangerous. It's going to get, this last summer was scary hot, and it's projected to get hotter. Artificial turf, as they said in the study, is 35 to 55 degrees hotter than natural grass. making a 90-degree day 120 degrees, making a 115-degree day like we had this last summer in South Glendale 150 to 170 degrees. That's not even survivable. So it is going to get dangerously hot. I also want to say the fossil fuel industry, okay, supporting plastic, supporting turf is supporting fossil fuels. And I know that Glendale just hired a sustainability director who will be developing a climate action plan to set a carbon neutral goal. And I guarantee you, investing in plastic is a step in the wrong direction that he will not be recommending. I also just want to address the mud issue. I grew up in New England playing in I played on all kinds of fields, but we played in natural grass in the rain and the snow and the mud. And engaging with that natural environment, coming home with mud on my cleats and my shin guards was a point of pride for me. I don't know why we're scared about a little bit of mud. I don't understand that. I'll stop there. There's a lot of people speaking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Gwendolina Mahler, you're now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Gwen Mahler, and I'm a Glendale resident. And I also have a child who goes to school here and plays baseball here. And I'm calling to urge you, please, not to convert the fields to artificial turf. What about is the heat gain. Artificial turf gets much, much hotter than grass. To 55 degrees hotter, even with watering. And that's a huge heat gain. And that's bad for the environment, and it's really bad for kids. Not making an abstract argument about the warming planet here. That is an issue too. But this really is about our community and our kids. If you live in Glendale, you've had that experience of walking out the door and into a furnace. And you've thought to yourself, I'm sure, this isn't normal. It didn't used to be this way. We've been having these record high temperatures year after year, and it just keeps getting worse. And as we just heard, grass reduces the heat island effect. Artificial turf increases it. So converting fields to artificial turf, it's just going to make the heat worse. And that's going to affect all of us, but it's especially going to affect our kids. For baseball players like my son, especially in late spring and summer and fall, the heat conditions are already tough. We've had players on my kids' teams faint from the heat. They throw up from the heat, and that's on grass. How are they going to play in temperatures with an average of 45 degrees hotter than they already are? Even if mitigation measures reduce that a bit, I mean, that's not realistic. I am sympathetic to the financial burden of maintaining grass fields. I know there are challenges, but this is about priorities, and mine is our environment and the safety of our kids. I hope it's yours too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grant Michaels, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Good afternoon, President, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Grant Michaels. I was a former commissioner, and I'm speaking as an individual today. I hope my comments do spark questions of my former commissioners. In regards to the artificial turf or natural grass, looking at the summer maintenance closures for natural grass and the potential closures of the sports fields during hot days in the summer, I would like to know what the expected playable days are and would encourage a calendar to be put forward with those days to better explain that. If the concern is that the artificial turf fields will be too hot to play during the summer on very hot days, contrasting that with the summer closures for natural turf would be something that I believe would be valuable as a point of consideration. The revenue and considering revenue as part of a determination is a complex issue. Revenue, often with CSP projects, is not the driving force. In many times, priority is given to local groups that will pay less in rental and reservation fees than non-resident groups that pay higher. I would like to see more of a comparison based on the maintenance costs that does not exclude, or that does exclude, the revenue calculations. Additionally, I would like to see the revenue calculations better explained, given a closure of the fields for 1/4 out of the year, to then have that be a 6-fold decrease in revenue compared to the artificial turf field. I believe that needs further explanation under the rationale for that calculation. Water use versus recycling of the turf after its useful life, chemical treatment, fossil fuels for the power equipment, those are all concerns. But the concern that also needs to be factored in is the playable time and the benefits of sports and recreation. I would encourage the commissioners to consider these points carefully and ensure that their questions are answered. I do thank staff for their time in the presentation, and I thank the public for their comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Barrickmeyer, you're now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you. Paul Berolsheimer. I'm a 33 or so year resident of Glendale, and I would like to speak in support of natural grass of one sort or another for the fields that are in question. The environmental factors, the heat island effect, and the runoff from fields is a significant issue, as is, of course, the plastic waste, the huge amounts of plastic waste that will eventually be created when the fields have outlived their usefulness. Another concern of mine is that as the plastic grass breaks down, the kids that are playing on it are going to be breathing in the microplastic particles. We've talked about how they are being washed into the sewage stream, into the environment, but they're also getting into kids' lungs, being ingested by them. I also think that for the kids playing on artificial surfaces, when they're playing sports on a totally even, consistent, predictable surface, they'll prepare for when they have away games on grass fields. I believe that playing on artificial turf actually leads to higher susceptibility to injuries when they do end up playing on grass at other locations because they're not prepared for it. They haven't practiced on it. I grew up playing sports in Chicago, obviously an area with a lot more rain and variable weather conditions than we have here. And with well-built fields, with good drainage, it's not a problem. Sure, there's mud sometimes, but that's always just been part of the game. And the lack of the little bit of decrease in predictability of conditions is part of sports. It's part of what kids need to learn when playing sports, to be adaptable to changing conditions. And I think playing on a totally consistent plastic surface doesn't give them that benefit. Thank you for your time. And again, please let's go with the natural surface for these fields. Thank you.
Danielle Limon, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hi, yes. My name is Danielle, and I am a resident of Glendale, and I've lived in Los Angeles County my entire life, and I've experienced a noticeable difference in the heat and the number of days that it's not even comfortable or safe to go outside. I have a young child who I hope will play sports. My husband was an athlete. He played soccer, always on natural grass. and he had a good experience with that. And I'm concerned about the long-term impact of installing artificial turf. It feels like what is being weighed more heavily is the convenience and the financial impact, which I understand are important, but it's like we're just kicking the can down the road, right? Because there are other long-term impacts that are not being considered. And the heat island effect is real. I've experienced it in my lifetime. And we're talking about ways to mitigate the heat island effect when we install artificial turf, when if we installed natural grass, then it would be absorbing CO2 and helping to contribute to the cooling instead of having to do extra work in order to offset harm that we're doing by installing artificial turf. And the other thing that I want to mention that another caller mentioned are the PFAS, the chemicals that are emitted or that are contained in artificial turf that can shed into the environment. And those have been linked to cancer and other harmful health impacts. And according to the Environmental Working Group, if you, they recommend if your child plays on artificial turf, that you don't let them play with bare feet, that you keep babies away from turf to prevent ingestion, that you ensure thorough hand washing before kids eat, drink, or adjust their mouth guard, and that they should shower and brush their hair as soon as possible after playing on turf. So we're going to build this turf so that kids can play and adults can have more recreation, but then they need to do all of these other things to mitigate the harmful effects of being exposed to the chemicals on that turf, which seems counterintuitive to the purpose of recreation. So I hope that you will take these things into consideration when making your determination. Thank you.
Mary Baldwin, you're now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for taking my call, and I would like to vehemently oppose the artificial turf. I think that the real problem, from what I have heard through this report, is heavily used fields. The problem therein lies we don't have enough fields. As commissioners, you should be scouting for places where we can add parks and add playing fields. That's the real problem, is that anything has too much use. South Glendale has very few parks, and then we're going to be losing a green space near Brand Boulevard in the near future. And this is the real elephant in the room. Instead of spending all the money to install the artificial turf, that you should be buying some property so we can make some more fields, or utilizing maybe Roosevelt School or different schools for playing, for soccer teams and for other teams to use. It just seems ridiculous to me that the money spent on artificial turf versus the environmental problems is not worth it in the long run. And really, we just need more parks so that these poor kids cannot be playing till 10 o'clock at night because they have, it's so jammed with people. So thank you. No artificial turf at all. It's not worthwhile.
Mary Garabedian, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name for the record? And you have 3 minutes.
Mary Garabedian. I am a homeowner in Glendale, and I also happen to be the EPIC representative that the city staff was referring to in the report. And I wanted to just bring to the Commission's attention a couple of inaccuracies that I found while listening to this meeting. Mainly, regarding limited availability of use for the field, there is no need to close down the fields for any duration when they have the EPIC system installed. The covers that were mentioned are regarding locations that have winters, that have snow, and that have freezing conditions. This does not apply to the city of Glendale. Regarding the use after aeration, it is recommended to let the field rest 1 day, which is probably the minimum. If you can rest more, it's better, but the minimum is 1 day. So if you aerate on Monday, you can play on Tuesday. Regarding the availability after rain, as it was noted in the report, as you noticed, many of the fields, although some of them had negative reviews, which I'm going to touch on in a moment, is you noticed that every single comment was that the fields drain extremely well. As a matter of fact, in Southern Methodist University, we're famous that this one field is available to play the day after a hurricane subsides. Regarding the extra maintenance after rain events, there is none required. The system will drain almost immediately. Regarding the contamination of native soils, unfortunately, because there hasn't been a lot of research done and there was no time to do as much research, the EPIC system is fully lined. It is known as a zero drain system. We do not drain anywhere. We do not leach into the soil. Nothing leaves the system unless through a designated point after the system capacity has collected all the water that it can store. In addition, a runoff from fertilizer, again, the runoff from fertilizer, none of that happens with EPIC system. It is actually uses less fertilizer and less nutrients because they stay within the system. Using the mesh stabilizer that was mentioned in the presentation, Netlon. Netlon is actually a fiber that is mixed into 4 inches of depth of the system and is not an actual mesh fabric. The mesh fabric in that picture is a different type of soil stabilizer, which is called a geostabilizing fabric, which is used to prevent soils from moving under a lot of pressure. Netlon is just a bunch of fibers that gets mixed into the sand, and it mimics a stronger root base. In addition, there was mention about uneven surfaces, and the comparison of EPIC and natural grass only stops at the fact that they both grow natural grass. EPIC is completely different. There is a perfectly laser level surface with true perfectly flat surface for the ball to roll. There are no pits, there is no mud, there are no over compaction situations happening because sand has a limited compaction rate. Sand will never compact as much as natural soil will. And touching on the negative reviews, most of those installations, including others, the only point of failure
We have to stop you. The time is up.
Can I propose that because this is an expert, that we allow her a little bit more time, especially since her product may have not been properly represented?
Every one of
it
them
sounds
is
like?
an expert. We have we gave 3 minutes to everyone.
No.
We should continue on 3 minutes.
But this is regarding a product that we reviewed in this report. It's not, I think we might want to consider giving her a bit more time.
Okay, we'll give her 1 more minute to finish her sentence, please.
Thank you.
President Kalfai and members of the commission, I do apologize, but I did already drop the call. So she's no longer on hold.
Okay.
Joanna Pringle, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you. I've lived in Glendale since 1986, and both my daughters grew up here playing softball at Glendale Sports Complex and benefited enormously from sliding on real grass and getting nice and muddy. I really applaud you for looking at what's best for kids, because I really hope my grandchildren will be playing on Glendale Field too. But it's for my grandchildren that we have to stop using petroleum products. They directly contribute to the amount of days that the air is too unhealthy here for any physical exercise. And did you address the toxins that artificial turf release into the air as it degrades on field and as it sits in landfills for centuries? These toxins are carcinogenic. And how do you measure the cost to children's health? How do you measure the cost of contributing to the psychological cost of depriving kids from contact with a natural surface. So please use real grass and find more properties to create more fields. Thank you.
President Colfine, members of the commission, Iris, can we try to see if we can get Ms. Garabedian back on the call in the next few minutes? I don't know if we have her number or not.
If she's watching the meeting, we can ask her to call back, and if she doesn't call back, we'll see if we can find her number.
Okay, thank you.
Richard Bennett, you're now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them. Vivian Kanchian, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you. I hear an echo. I'm not sure if you do, but I'll make it nice and simple. I'm a Glendale resident.
I'm so sorry, and I'll restart your time. If you have the TV on or if you're live streaming the meeting, that might be the echo that you're hearing.
I'm not doing either of those things.
Okay, I'll restart your time.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Vivian Kanchian, and I'm a longtime Glendale resident for 40 years now. And I guess my question with regard to the artificial turf is, what is our why? Why are we doing this? Because if it wasn't for financial reasons, it seems to me that it defies all logic, right? One thing we tend to forget, and we increasingly are forgetting, is that everything in our environment is connected, okay? So when we put plastic on a field where children are playing, not only are they breathing those toxic fumes when we have an especially hot day and perhaps a wildfire, which is going to happen probably every year until we figure out how we're going to get around that. So not only are they breathing toxic chemicals, they are also leaching into our soil, which is already contaminated, leaching into our water supply, which is increasingly contaminated in a drought-ridden state. So it doesn't make sense. And if it's for cheap, to be cheap and about dollars and cents, the cheap will come out expensive, and eventually we'll need to figure out how to get those chemicals out of our soil. So I encourage you, and I urge you, please, to consider the longer term, the bigger picture effects of how this will affect our environment and our children and the city in which we live in. Thank you very much.
Mary Garabedian, you're back on the air with the Parks Commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As I was finishing up what I wanted to mention about the negative reviews, it is all about maintenance, which varies significantly from installation to installation. And one of the major issues that we have found is that when crews leave or directors of facilities leave, they tend not to pass on the knowledge that they have so far of the system, and then somebody else takes over and that I have no idea what's underneath that grass. And I also wanted to touch on some of the sustainability issues that we're discussing. EPIC conserves 65 to 75% water compared to natural turf. So for a 90,000 square foot field, we're going to need 8 million gallons of air in 1 year. That's not counting the amount of water we can capture and reuse from rainfall, which is significant in many cases. In other words, there could be a system built that can actually capture all the rain available and be reused for the irrigation of that field, making it almost zero net at the end of the day. There's also no concerns with injury, staph infections, or any other health concerns. There is absolutely nothing that is in the water, which is significantly under the surface, that touches the public or the kids playing on it. So basically, we're looking at a nice, thick base of sand as your shock absorption, which is, in comparison to a regular field or artificial field, you can't beat that. So, and in one of the final notes that I just want to leave to you, I had sent an email this morning to the entire commission, which talks a lot more in depth about the items that I just mentioned. And I just want to leave you with one thing. EPIC is actually known and extensively used in the city of LA as a stormwater mitigation, capture and reuse product. It is used mostly in development, but one of its places that it shines is the availability of water without having to actually bring water to it, and its ability to be environmentally friendly. So I do thank you for calling me back. I appreciate that you gave me more time. And again, I direct you to read my email. And should any of you have any more questions, I'll be glad to answer them collectively to the commission or individually as you wish. Thank you.
Monica Kampagian, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners and park staff. My name is Monica Campagna, and I am a Glendale resident and a parent of a GUSD middle schooler who does use our parks. I am also a lead caretaker of Franklin Elementary's interior campus. Specifically, I take care of the 2+ acres of native planting beds. I've been doing that for the past 7 years. I love my job there. I used to do it as a volunteer. Now I am actually paid by the Parent Foundation to do that. GUSD's crew does handle the exterior and tree trimming and the field. So as I'm speaking today, I can speak as someone who does see for myself how stretched thin our GUSD crew is and how much traffic that those fields get. That said, I'm absolutely opposed to converting or installing new sports fields that have AstroTurf on them, synthetic turf. Specifically because of surface field temperature concerns, and specifically because of the related heat island effects. Instead, I support providing the staffing and the tools needed to do the proper job for this, to do the soil prep and drainage, to care for the natural grass fields well, using reclaimed water, which we can do at every proposed field site being discussed here, and tended with electric landscape equipment, which can completely resolve that issue. I support the development of new grass fields to expand our sports programming. Absolutely. I'm just not in favor of artificial turf. I am supportive of the EPIC system, and I would love our particular school to do that as a pilot program. There are a multitude of reasons I don't support turf installs, but I want to highlight the heat issue. Franklin's campus, like Cerritos and Wilson, was filled with asphalt, concrete, non-living surfaces everywhere. All you have to do is Google these schools, Google these sites you're talking about, see where they are in the city, and you'll see how much impermeable surfaces there are around. The heat generated from all that blacktop at our school was unbelievable. We did a complete overhaul of the campus in 2016, taking out 45,000 square feet of asphalt and converting to permeable surfaces, planting beds, tree cover, and retained our grass field. I cannot imagine how much hotter all that AstroTurf will make the spaces you're discussing today. So the surface we choose to install on Acres' campus and public park space does matter. Even the sports field proposed, the shaw grass with the geofill, it will probably, even if it gets moistened properly, only alleviate 35 to 55 degrees of the temperature. Only up 20 to 30 degrees of the temperature. That's what is a realistic assessment. And that is still 35 to 55 degrees hotter than natural grass. So taking field temperatures is going to become super important. Over the 120 degrees Fahrenheit mark, that becomes dangerous, and you can get burned in 2 seconds flat, and these children's bodies can't handle that kind of heat. We had over 77 days over 90 degrees last year. These days, we can even anticipate intense heat waves as far along as October, maybe even November. As a side note, GUSD doesn't let the kids
Ma'am,
play
your
outside.
time is up. If you want to finish your sentence.
Thank you so much. We should be investing in public projects that prioritize cooling our urban environment and preparing the future for the hotter future we know is coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arthur Agassian, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hi, everyone. My name is Arthur Agassian. I'm a former professional soccer player and also currently working with Glendale Football Club, youth soccer, and also I've been working with Glendale High School soccer team. And with all respect, with all the feedbacks that I heard, I would like to provide my feedback as well. As I understand, many of the people they provide the feedback were not related in sports or soccer. And I understand it's very difficult to see things from outside of sport, what's going on inside, what are the needs, and how we can address to all these needs. So if you ask me that question, if you like to have grass soccer field or artificial soccer field, I am a huge fan of grass field. But there is one but. Are we really talking about the grass field? Is that how long is that grass field is going to be in a good condition that we can provide a safe, fun, and learning environment to our outlets? This is the most important part as the coaches, or for the coaches, for the organizations, to provide a safe, fun, and learning environment. What will cause if we don't have a field that we can provide safe and fun environment or learning environment? Many children that they're coming to play sports, soccer, they're living. They're trying to get away from the computers, from home, trying to get involved into sports, making new friends, being outside. But if we don't have quality fields, there will be many players quitting sports, especially soccer, which is very popular in the world. And as Mr. Ponyosen mentioned, that soccer is increasing and bringing more people into this community. And as we go to 2026, the U.S. will host some of the games in the United States, and I'm sure and I believe that many people will be involved into this sport. So providing the best environment for the players, I think at this moment, because there is no any other solution to provide good grass soccer fields because of the expenses, maintenance, and everything, the best solution will be turf soccer field. Unless we have in the future big funds, big team who's going to keep the maintenance and to provide the best for our outlet. Thank you.
David Eisenberg, you're now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Good afternoon. My name is David Eisenberg. I'm the chair of the Verdugo Hills group of the Sierra Club. We cover Glendale and Burbank, and I personally been a Glendale resident since 1985, and I love our city. We put together on Thursday night a petition about artificial turf. We had by this morning at 7 o'clock, I wanted to give you enough time, the commissioners, to read the comments, which are very thoughtful, and I hope you have. And we had 170 responses as of 7 o'clock. As of now, we have 190. So I haven't processed those. Out of those 170 comments, the signers of the petition, 144 of them are Glendale residents. The other 26 have other connections with Glendale. They work or they recreate in our city. And this is our petition. It's titled, Tell Glendale to Stop New Artificial Turf Installations. Prohibit the installation of 5 new artificial turf playing surfaces in Glendale. Artificial turf is a fossil fuel product made from virgin plastic. The product proposed by Glendale may get recycled into padding, but that padding will eventually, sooner or later, end up in the landfill. It doesn't allow for effective stormwater capture or gray water use. It needs regular maintenance, including watering, and sheds plastic fragments into storm drains. We need to stop relying on plastic for lifestyle uses and improve our care for natural environment instead. Other impacts include a heat island effect that may limit the days of use of the fields due to artificial turf becoming as hot as 160 degrees Fahrenheit on a 90-degree Fahrenheit day. It requires watering to cool with only temporary impact. And as an aside, we were looking at the proposal for the geofill, which does state that it requires watering. And then to continue, even artificial turf with an organic infill is proposed is likely to reach temperatures over 130 degrees when our weather is in the 90s, creating a field too hot to safely play on the very time our fields are in highest demand. Additionally, we are concerned about potential injuries. Many studies on artificial turf have shown a greater number of player injuries than natural grass, including anterior cruciate ligament tears, concussions and ankle sprains, and longer recovery time between games. And, until my time is up, I'll read a few of the comments, but I hope that the commissioners will look over the 12 pages of comments and names, and I've sorted them so the Glendale residents came first, so you can pay more attention to those. Per your documents,
Sir, your
the
time is
original
up. If you can finish your sentence, please.
Okay. Per your documents, there were 9 serious knee injuries on turf, all of which required surgery, and that was not in your report. Please read the other comments on the petition. Thank you.
Alec Bartrosu, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Alec Bartroso, lifelong resident of Glendale and frequent visitor to the sports complex. I also serve as the chair of the Sustainability Commission here in Glendale, but today I'm speaking as a private citizen. I think the fundamental issue here is that we need more field time in the city of Glendale. So everybody is in favor of expanding our ability to provide usable field hours, and there's no question about that. So I want to highlight that we are installing 3 new fields as part of this proposal, whether or not it is with artificial grass or with other types of grass. So I want to highlight that and just remind folks that no matter what, we'll be moving forward with 3 new fields that will increase our ability to provide usability for our residents. However, I am concerned about the information and the lack of information that's provided in the staff report. While I'm in favor of the most sustainable option for this project, I do wonder about the comparative analysis that has been done to determine the number of eligible hours per year per field type. So the 20-year assessment that draws the conclusion that there's such a wide deficit with the number of usability and the cost associated is very speculative. One of the examples is the number of canceled days due to heat. And we all know that we are in a prolonged climate crisis, and there's no indication that we are cooling down. In fact, we are heating up, and there's no assessment in the report that suggests that there will be an increased number of canceled days because of increased number of heat days. Conversely, same thing with the number of days that we have rain. Just 2 days ago, the LA Times is sending out articles saying that we are in a once-in-a-century drought. And again, there's no mention in the report that we are seeing a reduction in rainy days and therefore a reduction in usable days for natural grass. There's also assumptions about maintenance, such as using gas-powered maintenance throughout the year 2041, as the staff report suggests, when we are currently right now exploring a pilot project that uses all-electric maintenance equipment in our park. And there's also a discrepancy in the type of inspections that are done. For example, with natural grass, there's a daily inspection that's required as part of the staff report. But with artificial grass, there's a sweep that happens only once every 2 weeks. So I think there's not enough information.
Sir, can you finish your sentence so your time is up?
Yes, I'd just like to recommend that the commission move ahead with delaying this project, installing natural grass now, and reassessing the situation later with further information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna Hess, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, my name is Joanna Hess, and I'm calling as a Glendale resident and mother of 3 children who attend GUSD and use our park. I'm opposed to artificial turf being installed at the fields and parks because I'm concerned about the environmental impact. That virgin plastic used to create artificial turf is shedding as microplastics and ending up in our food. It's estimated that humans consume about a credit card's worth of plastic every week. I find that deeply disturbing. We recently had our landscape done, and we were committed to putting in California native grass and plants due to their ecological benefits. I support real grass options because I believe they are more sustainable in the long run. We've all been indoors for far too long due to the pandemic. Please make it a priority to support the health of our planet and our bodies by installing real grass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aldo Mascheroni, you are now on the air with the Parks Commission. You have 3 minutes to address them.
Thank you. My name is Aldo Mascheroni. I'm the American Youth Soccer Organization Region 88 Commissioner. I've been a Glendale resident for 51 years and attended Glendale Unified School District schools as a youngster. My job and that of the hundreds of volunteers that oversee our program is to provide a fun, fair, and safe environment for our players. At any given time, we have upwards of 4,000 players participating in fall and spring seasons every year. Our program has benefited greatly from the use of complex fields 4 and 5 over the years, and most recently field 1, due to the fact that they are turf fields and we are able to play and practice on them even after heavy rain. Safety has not been an issue on turf, as injuries have been minimal. Most of our injuries are a result of twisted ankles or falls due to holes on grass fields, as well as slips on mud after rain. Addressing heat issues brought up by several folks that spoke today, for AYSO rules, we shorten games when the temperature reaches a certain level and cancel games when it goes beyond that level. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for everything you do to make sure that our community's youngsters get to enjoy the beautiful game. Thank you for a great presentation and for allowing me to speak on behalf of our program. Have a great day.
Thank you.
President Kalfai and members of the commission, that was the last caller.
Okay. We listened a lot of comments, a lot of helpful points, and everyone has a different idea, and they're all concerned about the environment. We are here to be a recreational, sportive organization. Let's think about how we can purchase new facilities and go ahead with the new developments. But these concerns are important also. We have in front of us a motion to provide feedback to the City Council. So I'm going to go and have some questions. I'll give you a chance to questions, and I need to finish this by 6 o'clock. It's 5:30 now. Let's go with Mr. Sardabekian.
Well, okay, can I ask a question? First of all, we need to ask, each commissioner needs to ask questions, right?
Right,
And
I'm going to give that chance.
Okay, so if, if we need to, you have to allow time for that.
How much
I know
time we
it's-
need? I mean, there is, the staff is here, they're on time limits, they have to finish. We've been here
Can
since
staff give
2:30.
us some direction?
President Kalfai and members of the commission, we're ready to move forward with answering all the questions that each commissioner has, and for the commission to provide feedback on the report. So
Okay.
we're here until we're done with the meeting.
Okay, let's go with Commissioner Henrik Sardabekian.
Okay, this time I'm not on mute. So, although obviously I heard a lot of very good points on both sides, having grown up within maybe a 10-second walk from Fremont Park, I've spent endless hours at Fremont Park from the age of about 8 or 9 till graduating from Hoover. I spent a lot of time at that park, and obviously at Hoover too. As I've mentioned before, I've always been involved with sports, specifically basketball and soccer. And to this day, I still play both sports. And I also have 2 sons that are practicing soccer 4 days a week. With that being said, I think that what we all need to kind of ask ourselves is, what is that issue here? Are we trying to, or what is the solution that we're trying to come up with? Are we trying to resolve a need in the community? And I believe the answer to that is yes. The need that we're trying to find a solution to is, how can we provide more parks or more playing fields, more ball fields? It's very, very different. And I think that it's very important for us to distinguish the difference between a park and a ball field. Obviously, you go to a park, you take your dog, you want to have a picnic there. That's very, very different than an actual ball field. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, in the report, somewhere it was mentioned that there was approximately 12,000 users of the ball field. Now, considering the fact that, I'll take my two sons being two of the 12,000 users. One is 8, the other one's 6.5. To this day, and they've both been playing for about 4.5 years now, I have never, ever heard any of them complain about anything in regards to the heat, having played on artificial turfs. My older one started out playing on dirt field, and despite he never necessarily complained, there was issues with kids falling. I think the one thing I've noticed, and again, just going based on my personal experience as an athlete, and all of us could take a field trip down to Fremont Park right now. Every Sunday morning, there's a group of adults that come out there and try to play on the field that I guess is adjacent to what is that street? Kenilworth and Patterson Avenue, in that area. Within 25 minutes of those people leaving, if you ever were to walk across that field, all you see is a bunch of holes on the ground. And the main reason for that is anytime you dig into natural grass with your cleats, you're pulling out a bunch of dirt and actual grass. So for the fact that, again, I'm strictly looking at this as what is our solution, or what are we trying to get an answer to? The way I see it is, okay, we want to provide more time for kids to play on those fields, specifically play soccer, play baseball on those fields. And for that reason, I think that based on my experience, based on some of the stuff that I experienced at Hoover, I played football at Hoover, and I remember immediately after Hell Week, which was in the summer, the field was closed. The field was completely closed for about, I want to say, approximately about a month or so, until all the reseeding was done. And this is during non-school hours. And then immediately after the football season was over, they would close it up again for a month or so. So I totally understand, the reports and how, we lose about a quarter of the season or the year to the reseeding process of natural turf. As far as artificial turf, again, this is just my personal experience. I've never experienced any of the plastic shedding where some of our callers complained about, eating plastics or anything like that. I know for a fact that immediately after their soccer practice, when they walk off, just like they had done when we have games on real turf, or not real turf, I'm sorry, real grass, natural grass, there's grass pieces on them. So just, a simple pat down and the kids are, clean again. So I've never, again, personally experienced anything like that. And I think that for us to kind of consider that, I think that's why it's so important to kind of focus on, what is the ideal situation? Yes, would it be great and amazing for us to find more fields and buy more land and provide, natural grass? Absolutely. I'm very, very much in favor of doing as much as we can to preserve what we have, because after our generation is gone, there's going to be more and more generations that need to use, this one land that we have. But given the fact that we are limited in resources, we need to, I think, come up with the most efficient solution to the current problem of not enough fields being available. That's why, just kind of going off of that, I think that in my opinion, I think at least this is the only solution really available currently.
Okay. Commissioner Wolfenson. Go ahead, please, with your questions.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who called in and wrote in for offering us their opinions and for caring about our community. The opinions expressed are strong. And this is not an easy decision for us to make because no matter what we decide to recommend to the City Council, we're going to be making some people upset. And I don't like to have to do that. I'm a people pleaser by nature. And I'm in, quaking in my boots at upsetting people. And anyhow, council they're really the ones that are going to make the decision. We merely make a recommendation to them, and they will be making the decision. So I want to make that extremely clear. The other thing I want to say is, yeah, we don't live in a perfect world. We don't even live in a near perfect world. We live in a beautiful world. And one of the things that I am concerned about is the legacy of that world that we are going to leave to the very children that we're trying to provide healthy exercise to. I think we want to find easy solutions, but there are no easy solutions. I'm going to tell you this right now. We're moving away from fossil fuels, which I am 100% in favor of. However, having said that, we are also then starting to use more batteries to store power that we've generated in other ways. There are minerals that need to go into those batteries. And those minerals are mined in countries where labor standards are horrendous. And now there's talk of strip mining on the ocean floor, a more frightening prospect I can hardly imagine. And if anyone wants to know what I'm talking about, I will refer you to an article, 20,000 Feet Under the Sea by Will S. Hilton, which appeared in the Atlantic in February issue of 2020. My point here is not to discourage us from trying to find a solution, but I want to say that in general, probably what's going to be called of us to improve the environment is huge behavioral sacrifices. And nobody really wants to face that, but I'm willing to tell you that because of my deep concern for what your children and grandchildren, because I don't have any kids, but I'm concerned for your children and your grandchildren. I want there to be something besides war over potable water and resources. So to that end, I want to ask some questions. First of all, I noticed on the soccer participation schedule that we don't have any data after 2014, but what I saw on that graph was a steep climb after the World Cup in 1995, and then it reached 2000, and then it looked to me like it was kind of level between 2000 and 2014. Now maybe there's been another jump since 2014, but we don't have the data to prove that. So I just want to put it out there that maybe we're getting our knickers in a twist over something that's not, nothing goes up forever. That's number one, but maybe somebody can address that question. We never did find out what the expected lifespan of the EPIC system was. It's possible that the EPIC system is prohibitively expensive for us, but I just, we didn't get that information. The artificial turf clearly is always involved at this time that we are making this recommendation. There is no artificial turf that does not contain plastic. The fill material now, we can use these organic materials, but at this time there is no other artificial turf that is not made of plastic. My biggest concern about this is the dispersal of microplastics into the water, into every place. My other biggest concern about the use of the artificial turf is the impact on the underlying soil and on wildlife that utilizes these areas. So to that end, I want to ask a question. Whether we have considered restricting any use of artificial turf to indoor spaces. I'm not advocating necessarily for saying, yay, yay, artificial turf. But if everybody is so gung-ho for this particular surface, at least can we keep it out of the natural environment where it will have an impact on wildlife and also be more likely to disperse the microplastics and other bad things into the environment. As I understand it, there are a number of indoor soccer fields in Los Angeles County, but we don't have any. So my questions are coming out all higgledy-piggledy, but if you guys want me to repeat them at the end, I will. The other question I had was, it seems that we already have a number of artificial turf fields, and you know, I'm wondering, why is it so urgent to have more outdoor artificial turf? We already have several. It's noted that we have a large one at the sports complex. We already have Edison Pacific. I just think, you know, that's one question. Finally, among my questions, I have here the gray water that we have available in Glendale. It's my understanding that the city has adequate gray water. And in fact, I know for a fact that the city GWP sells gray water to other customers. So I think that we might have less of a problem with water than we think in that respect. And finally, I believe that there may be advances made in types of surfaces that we can purchase if we wait. And I would really like us to wait for that reason. So that's a combination of questions and my opinions. The questions, you know, I don't know if anybody got that, the staff members, if you want to answer those questions, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
President Kalfaya and members of the commission, I was able to jot down some of the questions, Commissioner Wolfson. Can try and address them and let me know if there were additional ones that I missed. One of them was related to the scale and the increase in youth participation from 2000 up until 2014. And you're accurate, it had that big spike and to some degree plateaued, but it has a much smaller, shorter trend upwards. And I don't have current data. We'll look for that for future consideration and discussion. But it did have that significant jump, and we're basing our determination on the demand, not just on that, but the increase in the number of soccer groups that are actually reaching out to us for the use and reservation of the fields. As far as having indoors, truthfully, we have not considered indoor artificial turf soccer fields. For one, as far as the space goes, it would have to be a permanent installation, and it would have to take away a size of a civic auditorium, for example, for you, maybe even larger, to allow for that. So we haven't considered it, and if it becomes Commission's direction to consider that as an option, it is something we can definitely look into. I just want to point out that one of the research documents we highlighted about, you know, bacteria levels or whatnot and infections, indoor, they tend to last a little longer because it doesn't have the sun to outdo it. So I'm not taking a position or making a recommendation, but just saying if the commission directs, we can look at that as an option. The question about Epic Systems Life, based on what we have read, because it is an irrigation system, essentially, it has a long lifespan. Other than the general repairs that you would have to conduct, I don't think it has an end life that, you know, it ends after 20 some years. And based on our conversations with the representative, it seems that it is just a system. Other than having to conduct some repairs, it is there for as long as you need it to be. And that is the irrigation system. Now, we're not talking about the sand and the grass and the discrepancy on what the vendor believes is true and what we've connected with the users and what their experiences were. We're not going to go there at this point. The other question you asked about why more, is just to meet the demand. Yes, we do have 3 soccer fields and then the 1 multipurpose field over at the complex. Even with all the additions of those fields, turning them into artificial turf, we still have a demand that we haven't been able to meet. You saw about a quarter of the groups that come to us, we turn away. That's 50 groups. And we're only we're only able to accommodate 156 groups based on the data we have available. So in order for us to alleviate some of that demand and allow additional groups more time, and as you heard with AYSO and the soccer groups, to allow them to have additional time to play and practice is the reason why we are recommending additional fields. And obviously, the reason why we're leaning towards the artificial turf is it does allow for more play versus the natural grass fields. And lastly, the gray water question. Again, 2 of the facilities that are in question have gray water. And the third one, we've already made contact, Fremont. We've already made contact with Water and Power to consider that. And in the future, I think we've started discussion with Mr. Bulanikian and Glendale Water and Power, opportunities in the future that present themselves to provide recycled or gray water to our park facilities within the city and reasonableness and feasibility. I think those will be considered going forward. I'm not sure if I know you had a lot of comments, but I'm not sure if I covered all your questions.
Right. I just want to mention two things. I had one other question I forgot to ask because I got excited. But the first thing I want to say is about indoor. You know, we do have Measure S money, and I know that some of it is being used for affordable housing issues. But I have to say, with all due respect, I don't consider affordable housing a quality of life matter. That's a matter of survival. Quality of life is a different thing altogether. But second of all, I want to say my other question that I forgot to ask, and it's ironic that I forgot to ask this, but your figures for the projected revenue, and I think one of the callers alluded to this, I don't understand how you get to a 5-fold increase in projected revenue from the 5-fold. You're talking about 5 times as much revenue. This is confusing to me.
Yes, President Kalfai and members of the commission, Commissioner Wolfson, those are actual numbers. We did not pull those numbers out of thin air. Those are the actual numbers of revenue generated on our natural grass fields, softball. Only thing we have is softball and baseball right now, and our numbers from artificial turf fields. Those are the actual historical data that we pulled. And I can, if you have additional clarification questions, I can defer to one of my colleagues in recreation that can help answer that question further for you.
President Kalfayan, members of the commission, to add to what Mr. Panosian said, so you are right, Commissioner Wolfson, that the revenue has increased, but there are several factors, and I think they are actual revenues that we pulled from what we've done in previous years, but you have to also consider that first, it's the time period of use. So we did mention as part of this report that we aren't able to use the natural turf as much and as long throughout the year as the artificial turf. So we're able to rent out the artificial turf for longer periods of time to more groups. Also, the rate in which we rent out the artificial turf versus natural turf, there is a difference. The natural turf is less expensive compared to the artificial turf. So the fee that we charge is less as well. And also, because we use the natural grass for the baseball fields, we aren't putting enough or more soccer on it. And so the level of use isn't there as well. So those are a couple of factors to take into account. So it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison, but at the same time, it shows you what we are actually able to bring in revenue. So we weren't trying to show that artificial turf brings in more revenue per se because we prefer more revenue and that's why we want artificial turf. That was just one information that we knew the commissioners would want to know, the public would want to know. So we included the history of how much revenue have we been able to bring in historically on natural turf versus artificial turf. And also keep in mind that I just lost my train of thought. So overall, those are kind of the points that I wanted to make. So it's not really we don't really have natural turf soccer fields. So we weren't able to give you information based on current use for a natural turf soccer field. So we couldn't really give you, here's a natural turf soccer field compared to an artificial turf soccer field for revenue comparison. So we had to give you what we had in natural turf fields in comparison to artificial turf fields. So those are some of the things to keep in mind and to address the huge difference in the revenue that we're able to bring in for one type of field versus the other. So again, please keep in mind, this isn't necessarily a comparison for purposes of artificial turf brings in more revenue, but it is one of the factors because we're able to rent it out more, because we're able to have more users on it. And so it's able to bring in more use and therefore more revenue.
Thank you. I think it's a hypothetical that you're presenting, and I just want to say that because I don't think
actuals. The numbers are actuals. I mean, they are revenue from.
It can't be actual because we haven't converted the fields to artificial turf, so it can't be actual historical data because it's.
We have, Commissioner Wolfson, President Kalfan, members of the commission, we do have artificial turf currently that at Pacific and at Sports Complex. And so it's the actuals from the fields that we currently have that are artificial and the natural turf that we currently have at the other 15 fields.
But I'm saying it's a projection. It's a projection that you have for the 20 years. It's not actual data because
the 20 years, yes, correct. For the 20-year comparison, yes, it is a projection. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the actual numbers in 1 year, but no, the 1 year numbers that we use to do the projection are actuals, but the 20-year is a projection. You're absolutely correct.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, next, Commissioner Eberly.
Thank you. I'd like to, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I would like to thank the staff who prepared the report. Especially useful to me was the comparison with other cities in Southern California. And just, I think the legwork that you did on the research was really helpful. And also thank you to everyone who called in and wrote in. Everyone had a lot of good information to share, and it was really valuable hearing from different perspectives. From my perspective, I think we're kind of muddying need to have versus nice to have. I think we need to have a city that is healthy and livable for everyone who lives in it, works in it, plays in it. And we need to have a place for people to kick a soccer ball around. We don't need to have pro grade soccer fields that are available to everyone every time they want them. And I feel like we're sort of chasing something that we're never going to catch right now. I mean, we're talking about this exponential growth in interest in soccer and how will we meet the demand. And I think we have to accept that at some point, we're not going to meet the demand for soccer fields in our city. We might be able to meet it for the people who live in our city and want to play soccer, but we don't need to provide access to soccer fields for everyone in the region. And I was struck by the fact that Burbank has no soccer fields. Whereas Glendale seems to be picking up their slack, for example. And I don't think we need to hold ourselves to that. And meanwhile, when we're looking at the entire community, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people called in to say that they believe their experience of living in the city would be adversely affected by putting artificial turf in these areas. And I think one of our callers made the point that some of the areas that we're looking at are already just covered with impermeable surfaces. And I really feel like those voices need to be heard and not just the voices of people who are playing soccer on the field. Everyone is affected by this. This is not just about the people who are actually playing with soccer. And I also want to say, I see Mr. Panosian's passion for youth sports, and I know that that is something that runs deep in the department, and I think everyone is trying to do the right thing here, both staff and callers and everyone. I mean, as everyone said, it's not an easy issue, and I really appreciate the goodwill and transparency that people are trying to bring to the process. I think if there's anything else. I thought the idea to create a calendar of expected playable days that former Commissioner Michaels, thank you for coming to be with us one more time. I thought that was a great idea. And I also, one of the callers mentioned inhaling microplastics as a concern for kids. And I thought, can that be right? And I did a quick Google and it looks like it is a real concern. So, I mean, I think the microplastics issue is huge. The heat island effect, for me, that actually was the most powerful thing because I too have had that experience of walking out my door in Glendale and feeling like, oh my God, it cannot be like this. We have to do something about this. And just the idea that these fields would be sucking in heat all day long and then releasing it into the neighborhood all night long. And the people around, who live around there would be running their air conditioners a little bit more, which would be then create more greenhouse gases. I mean, it just sort of never ends if we agree to go down this slippery slope. So I think that's about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Patel, please.
Hi, I really appreciate going last this time. I think there were a lot of really insightful comments, and I appreciate all the thoughtful input that I've heard thus far from the commissioners. I also want to say it's nice to hear from so many people in the community. We don't usually have this much excitement in our 2:30 in the afternoon on Mondays meetings. So that being said, I think everybody has a voice, whether or not they play on the fields. This is an environmental issue. This is an experience in the parks issue. This is an experience in living in Glendale issue. It's not just people who play soccer. I do want to say I played soccer as a kid for years. I was on a traveling soccer league, and it was a big part of my childhood. Moved around from city to city because that's what my parents did, but every time I joined the local soccer team. And I loved it. And I played in mud, and I played in rain. I even played in snow. So clearly I didn't grow up on this side of the coast, but rain didn't stop me. And I know that our fields do get more damage when it's wet. And so there's a concern about digging up the ground, but we actually don't get that much rain. And we're getting less rain every year. And there's a lot of talk in today's meeting about watering. Certainly, water is a valuable resource. I think that there are some ways that watering natural grass more effectively could be considered. We could consider ways in which we can reclaim water at some of these sites, but also, from my understanding, 4 of the 5 locations where these proposed either rehabs or new fields will be have reclaimed water access. And as was mentioned, I think by someone else, that we have an excess of reclaimed water that's not being used. So we're talking about the cost of watering these fields. Well, all the costs that's going into, the installation of these artificial fields could go into possibly making that reclaimed water accessible to those locations. I believe the 5th location has, at least I have been told by staff previously, has a reclaimed piping of reclaimed water piping close by to that 5th location, and would cost something like $400,000 to extend that piping. So that seems to me like a long-term solution, rather than looking into, the millions of dollars, well, for each one of these artificial field installations, or close to that. So those are my thoughts on watering. I do want to address, it didn't come up a lot in this meeting per se, but it was really harped on, I feel like, in the report about the use of fossil fuels in maintenance equipment. And that, as was mentioned by one of the callers, I think one of the sustainability commissioners, that we have pilot programs in place to use electric groundskeeping equipment, and our city is buying electric buses. Our city council is talking about moving towards 100% clean energy by 2030. I don't see us continuing with those gas-powered maintenance equipment for much longer. Okay, so that's that. I do appreciate some of the questions asked previously about the revenue discrepancy, and I do appreciate staff filling us in a little bit on those differences. One thing I want to ask specifically, though, is about if we have multi-use fields that are real grass, how much revenue would it generate compared to artificial turf?
So,
all right, well, I'll leave that on the table. Oh, go ahead.
Commissioner Patel, so the numbers we presented earlier, as Commissioner Wolfson questioned and Ms. Alexanian addressed, those are actual numbers as of today on a natural grass field. If we are to go to a natural grass field, we anticipate that based on our ability to reserve natural grass fields, the revenues will mimic what we have been presenting. Now, the Commissioner Wolfson's point she made is, well, you're projecting that you're going to continue on that route for 20 years. That is true. We took the actual numbers for what today we are garnering from an artificial turf field, which is on average $160,000, and $30,000 for a natural grass field. We're taking those numbers and as is multiplied over 20 years. So with that, yes, as far as the 20-year projections go, they are actual projections, but based on current figures, average figures for those fields. To answer your question about how much we anticipate if we ended up having natural turf fields, the current two fields that we're proposing already are in existence. So with Pacific and Sports Complex, we do not project any additional revenues coming from those two, because if we keep it natural turf, they're already natural turf, and the projection would be the same as what we have, which is on average about $30,000. The new facility that would be coming to the process, Fremont, for example, if we keep Fremont as a natural turf, our projection would be somewhat similar to what we have on the other natural grass fields. And that is something we can crunch more numbers to figure out as far as ability to take the fields down and reservations. So look at how that demand will play into it. And to the point, I know it wasn't a question, you made a point that 4 out of our 5 facilities have reclaimed water. Sports Complex and Pacific definitely do. Cerritos Park, it has reclaimed water to the park. I can't speak for the GUSD site, which is where the construction would be. And I have an assumption that it's close by, that it can easily be connected if they don't have reclaimed water. Wilson Middle School, I'm not familiar with whether they have or not, but we do know that the point you're making was Fremont Park and Glen Oaks Boulevard, as we mentioned, very close distance to Fremont. It has the piping for reclaimed water at Glen Oaks Boulevard, which, as you indicated, we know within, I think, roughly about $300,000 or $400,000, we don't have actual numbers, that can be connected to the park. So that's just to the earlier point, and as far as revenues, the projections we had are based on actual numbers now.
Okay. Well, listen, I want to thank you for all of that. And let me just say, Coco, this is a long meeting for you too. So I just want to acknowledge that and acknowledge that for the rest of staff too, you know. So I really appreciate you being as thorough as you are to all of our questions right now. So I just want to point out, it seems to me that there's no multi-purpose, no grass multi-purpose fields to this day right now. So yeah, I get what you're saying. These are projections. I feel like if we were to look at this revenue and we had a little bit more on paper breakdown of how you came to these revenue numbers, it might process easier for all of us. But again, you know, the thing I don't want to do though is make the point that this should all be about revenue, because I think Grant Michaels put this really well. He said, we're not a department necessarily focused on revenue itself. We are here to provide a service for the community. It's quality of life. And part of quality of life is also how we affect our environment. And that affects our water, that affects our air, it affects our livability in this city.
President
So,
Kalfayan, President Kalfayan, Commissioner Patel, just to add, when you say there are no multi-purpose natural turf fields, just to, I guess, clarify, we do use our natural turf fields at the sports complex and at Pacific, the baseball fields, to rent out to soccer on the off season. So we do have both types of use on the natural grass fields, although we don't refer to them as multi-purpose field per se by name, but they are being used because when there is no baseball on there, we do rent it to soccer. But it is minimal, and it is on the off seasons more so because baseball has priority on the baseball fields. So, and that's where the revenue comes from. So the 30,000 that we are estimating on the natural turf, that is where we're getting the revenue. So it's the use of our fields, which is field 2 and 3 at the sports complex, and also the baseball field, what we call the Little League field at Pacific. Now, Pacific is a whole lot less. It's approximately 5,000, on average, versus sports complex because there's more use and rentals, and also the fee schedule. I mean, we can come back to commission and have a discussion on how much are we charging for the rates at the fields, and approved community youth groups get a discount during in-season versus non-approved community youth groups. So there's a lot of factors that go into revenue, which is why I made the comment earlier in addressing the question from Commissioner Wolfson that it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison. It's just the reality of what we're able to bring in now with natural versus artificial. But yes, there are other factors like the rates per hour for the fields, and also the discounts that we do currently provide. And of course, these are commission-approved fees, and so, but there are policies that do impact the rates that we're able to charge, and that also impacts the total revenue that we're able to bring in. But I just wanted to clarify, we do have multi-purpose fields because the fields do get used by, both sports and of course, flag football and others as well, but majority is baseball and soccer.
Right. So it's limited in that way, but I really appreciate that you explained that to me because it's been confusing. Thank you. Thank you so much. So getting a little clarity on that. Nonetheless, I think it's important to remember again that this department is about quality of life, and we have to think about quality of life on many levels because we all live here. We all live here together. We're a community. So that being said, I'm going to just push through the next thing, which is, the balancing act, which Coco outlined a couple of times during this meeting. Access to fields. Well, we need more parks. I've addressed that in previous meetings. I look forward to the July report where we can start talking about where we might be able to possibly consider looking into expanding our open space. Available resources, again, we need more parks. Maintenance costs, it may be more costly, although grass fields may be more costly, although I would challenge the claims of the water costs with the reclaimed water. The environmental impacts, I just think this report just did not thoroughly recognize what the impacts, not only our heat are to our community, but also the plastic impact that it has on all of us, health-wise and this, for our future. The sustainability, well, how do you define sustainability? There's lots of different ways to define sustainability. There's sustainability of our equipment and our fields and our parks, but there's also sustainability of the rest of our community and our own well-being. Fiscal responsibility, absolutely. But again, I want to just say, reiterate, the Parks Department is about quality of life, is more than anything else. And community user input, again, I know there was some address to some of the callers saying that, asking them if they use the fields. But, the entire park experience, when you've got those fields generating that much heat, it's going to affect everybody in the park. I also just want to say one more thing about the proximity of the fields to schools. There's 2 shared use proposals here. Those fields are super close to the actual infrastructure, the building itself, for 2 elementary schools. And the heat coming off those fields could greatly impact that school experience. Not to mention, high heat levels, plastic next to elementary, well, one's a middle school, one's an elementary school. So I have concerns about that. Okay, so one last thing about the cyclical effect. We're talking, Coco talked about the overuse of fields causing more damage to the field itself. I just want to say the environment is the same. The environment is the same. The more we have convenience now at the peril of the environment, it's just going to be cyclical. The more heat that we're just going to keep generating in this city, and it's just going to keep getting worse. I think you all know where I land on this. I want to say that a lot of technology has occurred in the last few years on sustainability. We look at something like Shawgrass, which certainly is an improvement from where artificial turf was, let's say, 10 years ago. But where are we going to be in a couple more years? I wonder with this in mind, if we might want to consider delaying the use of artificial turf for now, and possibly look into where we might be in 3 years with other kinds of installations. If we're not happy with something like Epic, which is a relatively new development, and perhaps we haven't seen enough usage of it, perhaps we could consider making a motion to pursue natural grass in the short term to save on money, to and give ourselves a little bit more time to comprehensively evaluate the options, to clear up a lot of the confusion and the concern that's been expressed by the residents who may or may not be using the field, but live in this city too. So I would suggest maybe we might want to consider that on the table today rather than going for an approval of moving forward on these fields with artificial turf, or just completely delaying them, which I don't think anybody really wants to do, because clearly they're in need and the community wants it. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
President Colfine, members of the commission, if I may. As Coco has stated, we do have 5 projects that we're working on, field projects. One being Fremont, which is basically ready to go pending funding. We are working on a few funding sources. Pacific Community Center multi-purpose field is at 90% construction documents. And the 2 fields, one at Wilson and one at Cerritos. Now, those 2 fields are funded through DIF. There are there's a natural field turf at both locations. So if we were to continue the use of natural turf at both of those locations, I believe DIF funds will not cover those 2 projects. Wilson Middle School is $5,050,000. That's what's budgeted for. And then Cerritos Elementary, we have 3.5 budgeted for it. The only thing DIF can be used for at both those projects are the new amenities. And the only new amenity at Wilson, as part of the proposal, is a brand new restroom right next to the field. The natural turf is currently there. AYSO uses that facility whenever it's available. So we would need to look at different funding sources for both those fields. For the Pacific Community Center multipurpose field, we have a number of funding sources. that have been allocated to the project, 750,000 in DIF funds. So we would need to look at securing an additional 750 if we were to continue the project with natural turf, or we would continue to have natural turf there and just renovate the field, similar to what we do at the sports complex and our other natural turf fields, laser grading and all that good stuff. So I do want to put that out there in terms of those projects that are DIF funded. Fremont, there is DIF funding too. My apologies, Fremont, there is DIF funding. DIF funds will be eligible for Fremont because there is no multi-use field there. There is no soccer field there or multi-use field. So since we're going to be constructing a brand new one, and it's a brand new amenity, we can use DIF funds for that project.
And that's the first installment, am I correct?
That will be the first installment, but what we need to do is go back to the drawing board, work with our consultant to draw a natural turf field instead of an artificial turf. Because the specifications that were approved October of 2019 by City Council was included an artificial turf U10 soccer field or multi-purpose field.
Can you, I know this is a weird, and I'm going out of turn, but you brought up the DIF funds, and I just had to ask, what is the total of the DIF funds that's available for fields that we're, creating new soccer fields?
Right now, we have close to, top of my head, about 9 million, actually a little more, about 11 million allocated to fields, soccer fields. 750 at Pacific, 5 at Wilson, 3 at Cerritos, 3.5 at Cerritos, and then we're estimating another 2 at Fremont Park.
So what I don't understand is, if we have $11 million, why we cannot acquire a piece of property and have a new field on it? Surely, somewhere in the city, there is a property that could be acquired for $11 million.
We've looked at...
In South Glendale.
We've, Commissioner, President Kalfine, members of the commission, we've looked at a few properties the last 12 months. I'll give you an example. An acre and a half would have cost us $24 million. And you can fit basically a size of a mini park, a little bit bigger than a mini park. So no soccer field. So soccer field will probably be triple the size with parking. Land is very expensive. We are working with our friends over at Community Development in a number of available properties. And we're also looking at city-owned sites to develop parkland. For soccer, since it's a large field, 90,000 square feet, that's going to cost us way over 15, 20 million just for one soccer field. Looking at purchasing the field, design development and all that, purchasing the land.
May I ask a question regarding that?
Sure.
So one of the things when I mentioned this a month or, I don't know, maybe it was 2 months ago, and I requested the report on possible lots that we already have, that the city already owns. If we could look at a list of those to figure out which ones might be worth considering converting to a park, and possibly even looking at property next to those locations to see what the cost would be to acquire property next to those lots. Or, maybe you're spending a couple million for that piece of property, but you've got it adjacent to something else we already own.
Yes.
May I also hop on and say one more thing about this? I don't know that we always have to acquire property as a completely all-cash purchase. There are institutions that are specifically set up to finance purchases by municipalities that I know of. That's all I want to say.
President Kalfine, members of the
And I
commission.
want to thank you, staff.
Yeah, President Coffey and members of the commission, we'll come back to the commission with a comprehensive report. There are a number of properties that we can fit a number of soccer fields. Site A, Site C up at the sports complex, but I know council's direction was to spend DIF funds in South Glendale, south of the 134, and for us to look at a property to fit a soccer field with parking, with different amenities, would be a little challenging. So we are working with, like I mentioned, with CDD in acquiring some type of space. We do have a number of grant funds, Measure A, LA County Measure A, and also Prop 68, the state funding. And our applications will be much more competitive, and we'll score higher in our applications if they see an actual land and property that we have purchased for development. So we are looking at all avenues in terms of developing a park in South Glendale.
Okay.
President Kalfaya and members of the commission, if I could just simply add to the point. I think Mr. Bullington touched on, the $11 million of DIF funds, why can't we just buy property and construct? You're gonna need at minimum a 3-acre facility for you to build one soccer field. So if we go this route, and again, we're all to the direction that commission provides, and we'll take it to council, have council give us further direction and make a decision on it. But the $11 million, if we dedicate to purchase the land, if we're able to, and all the costs associated with displacement of individuals that are there, all the moving, with all that inclusive, even if we're able to squeeze all of that in, we're going to likely get one facility, one park, one additional soccer field. The current proposal at least allows us, with the $11 million dedicated, to take 2 existing facilities to convert them into a more playable time, and then the other 3 facilities added to our infrastructure as new facilities. And just another point to make is if thus far, the conversation with GUSD for the 2 facilities, Cerritos and Wilson, has been the fact that we want to convert into artificial turf field. Now, we're not sure what GUSD's position is going to be if we say we're going natural grass. Despite the fact that DIF may not be eligible, there needs to be more conversation with GUSD on that topic alone, whether they already have natural grass fields, whether they're willing to compromise what they have and all the agreements that we have in place as far as them taking on the maintenance. There's a lot of questions that needs to have and more discussion with GUSD on those 2 facilities. So there's a possibility those 2 facilities may not move forward at the speed that we are progressing. But again, just for commission's iteration, that is a possibility. Those 2 sites may not move forward, and more discussion will be required with GUSD.
Okay. What kind of motion would you like to make to the city council? What kind of motion do we like to make to the city council? We want a turf, or we don't want to turf? We have to make a recommendation and vote for it.
I would make a substitute motion of we should pursue natural grass in the short term until we can comprehensively evaluate our options regarding purchasing more property or looking into what might develop in the next 2 or 3 years for other options besides artificial turf.
How do you define short term? So we know.
3 years.
I'm open to ideas.
Well, I'm also wondering, where does the Sustainability Commission fall here? This seems like something that would be a very obvious subject for them to weigh in on, and I don't understand why they haven't.
Commissioner Eberly, one of the reasons why we haven't, because this request came from the Parks Commission, and we believe the Parks Commission should have first take at, because it is parks, it is our properties, the request came from you. And as far as recommendation, I know one of the callers had also suggested it. We'll have, Mr. Bellini, we'll have conversations with the city manager's office to see if that is the direction that we need to go, or depending on the direction that this commission tells us to take a recommendation to council. If the direction is to just hold off on artificial turf at this point, move with natural turf, we'll go to council with your recommendations and see what additional feedback or direction council provides to us. And if that includes have the Sustainability Commission have a larger role, then we are staff. We follow council's directions, so we will be taking that option.
may I say that the Sustainability Commission may be able to come up with some solutions to make natural grass more affordable so that it's less of a fiscal challenge, which clearly was an important part of this report. Not that I think that that should define which direction we should go, but certainly it's a practicality that we need to consider. Maybe this is something to have their counsel on before further decisions are made by this commission. Any other thoughts on that?
Do we have to make a decision today on this?
President Coffine, members of the commission, staff recommends making a decision, giving us direction so we can go to council, because we do have, Fremont project, we have we put a stop on the bid. They're waiting for us to respond back to them as a bid alternate to see what they need to submit in regards to artificial turf or natural turf. So we would like to move forward with Fremont, depending on what the commission decides for us to take to council, and then move forward with Pacific. Those are our first two fields that are almost ready to go. So if the commission decides or gives us direction to go to council and propose natural turf, then we'll go to council in the next month and a half, present our report to council, and they'll have the final say.
So
I would like to move that we recommend to council that they use natural turf.
So, and that's what you like to move on?
Yes.
That's your motion?
I would second that. Yeah, I would second that.
Okay.
I apologize. Who made the
President
motion?
The
Sorry.
motion, please repeat the motion, Commissioner Wolfenson.
I move that we recommend that the council go forward with natural turf at these locations, not artificial turf, but natural turf.
So no artificial, only grass,
Natural turf, correct.
natural. Okay, and we have Commissioner Hotel, second.
Yes.
I'll take roll call. Commissioners,
Second.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Commissioners Eberly,
Yes.
Hotel,
Yes.
Sardarbagian,
So we're voting on the recommendation, right?
Yes, recommending to the
Just
city
a-
council.
Okay, I'm against it. My thing is to artificial, so.
Wolfson,
Yes.
and President Kalfayan.
Against it.
So motion carries.
Okay. Okay, we'll finish our meeting. The next meeting will be here.
Actually, President Coffine, members of the commission, we do have a few additional items on the agenda. There are information-only reports. Commissioners, if you have any questions, we do have staff here waiting to answer any other questions. If not, President Coffine, we may adjourn.
Okay,
No questions for me.
no questions. I think everybody's. So this
No.
meeting is
No,
adjourned then.
you're doing a superb job.
Read it into the record. Iris, do you need to read it into the record? No? Okay.
Okay, next meeting is here at the chamber, right?
Yes.
May 12th.
May
Or
17.
May 17.
May 17.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.